Kia tātou, whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana, te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei mauri ora. Morena everyone, great to see some people in the gallery, great to see colleagues here today and staff, thank you. We have quite a full agenda today, so I'll just go to the attendance by electronic link first. So we have Councillor Turner, Councillor Sayers, Councillor Burns, Councillor Baker. Was there one more? That's all. Those 4 elected members are attending by electronic link for illness. I don't have to move that, do I? Cool. And thank you. And now we'll move to Deputy Mayor Simpson to speak of the sad passing of Sharon Hawke from Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei. Kia ora, Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora and thanks, Chair. Today I invite you to stand in support and acknowledgement of someone who has contributed much to our great city of Tamaki Makaurau. Sharon Hawke was a rangatira of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, whose life has been intertwined with one of Aotearoa's most powerful moments for justice, land rights and cultural memory. Born into a whānau that stood at the forefront of Te Whenua Takaparawhau Bastion Point protest, Sharon has carried forward that legacy with quiet strength, storytelling and unwavering commitment. As the second child and only daughter of Renee and Joe Hawke, leaders of the Bastion Point occupation in the late 1970s, Sharon's early years were shaped by one of the most pivotal moments in modern Māori history. At just 16 years of age, she took part in the 506-day peaceful occupation of Takaparawhau, a protest rooted in the fundamental belief that this land belongs to us and that it must remain in the hands of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei. During that occupation, she was among the more 200 people arrested when police and army forces moved in to evict protesters in 1978, an experience that marked her forever. However, those experiences didn't silence Sharon, they galvanised her. Her life was deeply focused on keeping that history alive for future generations, ensuring that the struggles and achievements of her people were not forgotten. She was both a member and chair of the Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei Reserves Board, contributing to the governance and direction of Huhapu's aspirations. As her deputy at the time, I saw her bring wisdom, clarity, and a profound understanding of the whenua to every conversation. Her leadership was steady, aspirational, and deeply caring of her land and people. Sharon also brought her talents to the film and television world, believing strongly that stories matter, especially those that reflect the truth of Māori experience and resilience. She actively worked on telling Bastion Point's story from a Māori perspective, including involvement in productions that preserve the occupation's history on screen. You see, for Sharon, the struggle at Bastion Point was never about the past. It was about identity, whenua, and collective memory. Even decades after the land was returned to Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, she would lead commemorations and reflections, guiding others, including myself, to understand how her whenua shaped her whānau, her people, and her life. Sharon was a passionate waka-ama paddler and a dedicated leader within the Tāmaki Makaurau paddling community. She supported clubs including Okahu Bay Waka-ama, Ōrākei Water Sports and Ocean Blue. As chair of the Auckland Regional Outrigger Canoe Association, she championed the sport and supported initiatives that strengthened water safety and community connection with a strong focus on uplifting tamariki. Sharon also worked tirelessly in the health and well-being space, advocating for better housing, resources and support for whānau. She was a committed supporter of Breast Cancer Foundation New Zealand and breast cancer awareness, using her voice to encourage early detection and to uplift wahine navigating their own health journeys. Sharon's influence reached many facets of life. Her advocacy for environmental care, her willingness to challenge media bias, and her steadfast commitment to kaitiakitanga made her a powerful and respected voice for her community. Sharon leaves behind a legacy of leadership, courage, and araha that will continue to guide and inspire. She was a great supporter of mine, and her mentorship over many years is something I will always treasure. Thank you, Sharon. I know a number of us will attend the tangihanga this Wednesday on behalf of Te Konihira o Tamaki Makaurau to pay our respect and extend our araha to the whānau, pani, and to the iwi of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei. Sharon Hawke will never be forgotten. She stood as a bridge between generations, a woman who lived history as a young wahine and who continued to ensure that history wasn't forgotten, but anchored in her people and in others. That legacy lives on in her daughter and wider whānau. So it is with sadness we acknowledge that after a long and courageous battle, the wings of the great hawk have surrounded Sharon for the final time on this earth. So today we all stand with her whānau and with Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei as they grieve the loss of a remarkable woman, a wahine toa. So to her whānau and friends, may the memories you hold close bring comfort, and may the love surrounding you provide strength and peace in the days ahead. Haere rā, taku hoa, moi mai rā, moi mai rā, moi mai rā. Please stand.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Kia ora, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much. And I know many of us in the room and listening will have very fond memories and stories about Sharon. Just last year, she was on the Rainbow Warrior. I've got some great photos speaking at the 40th anniversary, and of course led her younger brother Clay's tangi just last year. So that there's a lot of sadness within the Hawke whānau at the moment, and just want to also acknowledge her leadership in the Takatapuhi Rainbow community. I've been on many a march with her, and she's always stuck up for the Rainbow community as well as many other causes. So kia ora and thank you, and hope to see many of us there tomorrow night. Right, we'll go on to our apologies. So we have absence from Haukura member Blair, who is participating in the tangi for Sharon today and this week. Lateness, we've got Mayor Brown on council business, Councillor Philip Paina, who's on his way but is delayed and has sent his message, Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Newman for lateness. I'll move. Deputy Chair, would you like to second, Councillor Ferry? All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Are there any declarations of interest? No. Confirmation of the minutes, I'll move. Councillor Short, would you like to second? All those in favour? Any opposed? No. There are no extraordinary items, there are no petitions. We have now two requests for public input to speak to the notice of motion today. First up, we have Justine. I think, yeah, kia ora. Nice to see you. If you both would like to introduce yourselves and where you're from, you have a 5-minute speaking turn, and there may be questions as well. Just the, you've got the button on your right. If you can just switch off the microphone when you finish. Kia ora, and thank you for being here today. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. We'll be taking 2.5 minutes each, so please don't worry. We won't be taking too much of your time. Ko Lithuanian te whakapaparanga mai, ko Johannesburg te whenua tupu, ko Tamaki Makaurau te kāinga no South Africa o, ko Sax toku whānau, ko Justine toku ingoa. Kia ora everyone, my name's Justine. I'm the co-founder of Dainu, New Zealand Jews Against Occupation. I'm here today to speak in support of this motion by Councillor Ferry as a proud Jewish Kiwi. So I'm here just to lend my voice as a Jewish New Zealander in support of our institutions, supporting and reflecting the values of international law, which are not only important values globally, but I believe reflect our Kiwi values. I think I was reflecting on what I wanted to say, and I just wanted, I think to recognise that we live in really uncertain and unstable, unpredictable times. International law, which emerged out of the horror and grief of the Shoah, the Holocaust, and World War II, is something that is there to keep us all safe, including Jewish New Zealanders. When there are caveats, when there are exceptions, and when international law is treated as a guidance rather than something that we are all equal before, that we all abide by, I believe that creates incredible danger. I think that makes us all less safe, and I want to include Jewish New Zealanders in that. I want to caution against any conflation of Jewish New Zealanders and the Israeli regime. These are not the same things. In Yiddish, there's a wonderful term called doikait, which means here-ness. And it's something that that's very close to our heart. The idea that wherever we are, that is our home. Aotearoa is our home. International law keeps us safe. We are all equal before the law. There should be no exceptions to this. I want Aotearoa and our institutions to reflect this. I think that makes us I think Aotearoa New Zealand relies on international law. I think we are a small country, and without international law, we're all imperiled. So I commend Councillor Ferry for this motion, this journey that we are going on, and I really hope that our institutions can reflect this. I ask to remind you just of that conflation and how dangerous that is for Jewish New Zealanders. We are not the Israeli government, just as no people are solely and wholly represented by any government. People are diverse, and Jewish New Zealanders are a very, very long way away from Israel, and Aotearoa is our home, and we want to be rooted in the here-ness of this place and in its values. Kia ora. I'll hand over to Abigail.
Kia ora tātou, salam alaikum, shalom aleichem. My name is Abigail, and I'm also one of the co-founders of Diana New Zealand Jews Against Occupation. I'm also a fifth-generation Israeli citizen. A lot of Israelis are really desperate for the international community to do something on the illegal occupation of Palestinian land. The Israeli regime is extremist, unlawful, and not only in Gaza and the West Bank, currently with its actions in Iran and Lebanon, it's throwing the whole world into economic and political despair. I like to kind of think of Israel as the Israeli state as someone in the community who has a problem with substance abuse and is doing a lot of harm. Someone with that kind of, maybe like a problem with alcoholism, you don't give them the keys to their car, you take the keys away. I grew up deeply embedded in that society in Israel and quite connected to that country, so I have some cultural understanding of that society. I just need our democratic institution of council to understand that change is not going to come from within Israel. We need to apply pressure from outside, from all our democratic institutions. Our democratic institutions need to all be law-abiding according to international law. The world had a part to play with apartheid South Africa, and the world has a part to play now. We think it's a really good idea that council seeks alignment with this UN resolution and strengthens that alignment. People in our communities would understand if our democratic institutions wouldn't want to do trade with a tobacco company. In 2024 and 2025, the Israeli state, in its actions in the West Bank and Gaza, was the greatest cause of child mortality in the world. So I think, our constituents and citizens would really understand if council would really have a look at its procurement and its trade and wouldn't want to do trade with companies on that UN list that the UN published. I mean, just last year, ASB divested $19 million of their KiwiSaver funds from Motorola for its trade actions with Israel and its actions as a company in the West Bank. And it's time that our democratic institutions, such as council, do the same in considering their procurement and their trade. Thank you very much. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you both very much. I appreciate your time and the sensitivities, but also the clarity you've given us there. Are there any questions in the room? Councillor Watson.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentations. You said that change isn't going to come from within Israel, and I guess that would apply to their main backer in the world, America, as well. I just wonder, in terms of your own knowledge from being in Israeli society, what the impact is of countries taking sanctions or being more proactive in terms of actually representing their opposition to genocide and all the other appalling abuses of human rights that have occurred. So as people have a good insight into that mentality, what's your view of how sanctions can help bring this horror to an end?
There are a number of civil society organisations within Israel, such as B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights, who have asked for an arms embargo and sanctions on Israel. A lot of Israeli society, although it doesn't support the current government, supports the military actions in Gaza and the West Bank and in Lebanon and Iran. There's not much access to good information about what Israel does in those territories over there. If you grow up there, and the society is highly militarized, but none of the situation for our people as well is also unsustainable. And really, if we want to live in peace and to all thrive in that land, change has to come. New Zealand is a very small country. But we are mighty, and we also do really rely on international law. It does keep us safe. The international rules-based order is not something to play around with. And I think even though it might be currently in our political environment with America, it might be intimidating to speak up, other countries have done it, Ireland, Spain, and it's important that we remain principled, and that will ultimately protect us at the end of the day.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No. Thank you very much. Both
Mr. Chair, can I ask you a question, please?
Yes.
We often decline public input around this place because it's just too narrow, not quite right, and so on, but it's specific to a particular issue where council is concerned. I have no idea why this issue is before us today. I have no idea why this has got anything to do with a local authority and what difference it will make even if we do end up passing the resolution. But how come we don't even get these people that we've got speaking to us today on our agenda and know it's coming?
Councillor, the people can speak to public forum when there is something on the agenda that's related. The notice of motion is
So
related.
people can come and speak on anything they wish?
Well, the notice of motion is on the agenda, so
Right,
it's
but it can be any
relevant.
subject we like.
The notice of motion, the way I understand and the way it's gone through the process, which we'll talk about when we get to the item, is related to Auckland Council's investments in.
I just find it really unbelievable where I've seen people decline the right to come and speak here, even though it's a specifically related to Auckland Council business, and they've got a right, but there's a narrow reason why we're saying no, and somehow something that I literally have no idea what it's got anything to do with the council.
Councillor Williamson, the people were accepted aligned with standing orders. It is related to something on the agenda, and both submitters.
And weren't put onto our agenda, so we see it coming.
One of the public forum inputs were requested earlier. One was requested within time, but not on the agenda, and that's just how it's always worked. Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferry would like to move, and Councillor Patterson-Hamlin would like to second. Thank you both for coming. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Next up, we have Kathy Ross. Kia ora. Oh, I only have one name, sorry. Apologies. If you could introduce yourselves, both of you, and who you're here representing. Kia ora.
Assalamu alaikum. Kia ora. Tina katu katua. My name is Maher Nazal. I am the co-chair of Palestine Solidarity Network at Ottawa. I'm here to support the motion, and my colleague Kathy will take the submission. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mr. Hills and councillors, my friend and my colleague Maher, and I'm Kathy Ross. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning about how our Auckland Council can join other local bodies in New Zealand to support international law and our government's policy in the Middle East. It will also ensure that no Auckland ratepayer money is used to procure goods and services from companies complicit in flagrant breaches of international law. Aucklanders deserve this reassurance. I won't read through the resolution we have proposed. I hope you will have received it in the notes we sent through to be included in your agenda for this morning. The background to our request is United Nations Security Council Resolution 2334, which was passed in 2016. This resolution was co-sponsored by the New Zealand government under National Party leadership, with Bill English as Prime Minister and Murray McCully as Foreign Minister. New Zealand had a seat on the Security Council at this time. Through this resolution, the United Nations Security Council states that in the occupied Palestinian territories, Israeli settlements had no legal validity and constituted a flagrant violation under international law. It said they were a major obstacle to the achievement of the two-state solution and a just, lasting and comprehensive peace in the Middle East. The resolution goes on to ask states to differentiate between Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, which Israel occupies illegally. We are asking the Auckland City Council to follow the lead of the Christchurch City Council, Wellington City Council, Nelson and Palmerston North City Councils, Environment Southland and Environment Canterbury to pass the proposed resolution, which would exclude companies on the United Nations Human Rights Council's list from providing goods or services to Auckland City Council. Current situation. The current Aotearoa New Zealand government supports UNSC 2334, as do all the opposition parties. Following on from this resolution, on 19th of July 2024, the International Court of Justice said again that Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory are illegal and that settlers should be withdrawn within 12 months. The ICJ ruling requires countries to ensure they do not render aid or assistance to Israel's illegal occupation. On 18th of September 2024, New Zealand joined 123 other countries who voted in the UN General Assembly in favour of a resolution which said member states should abstain from entering into economic or trade dealings with Israel concerning the occupied Palestinian territory or parts thereof, which may entrench its unlawful presence in the territory, including with regard to the settlements and their associated regime. Why does this matter now? It matters more than ever now because under the current extreme ethno-nationalist government, and as their brutal repression of Palestinians continues, have said their top priority is to push ahead with more illegal settlements on occupied Palestinian land. Indeed, as we speak, further expansion of these settlements in the occupied West Bank is taking place every day, while the world is distracted with the horrors of Gaza and the war on Iran and Lebanon. In closing, it's important that Auckland City Council stand alongside our government and support international law. Auckland ratepayer money should not be used to buy goods and services from companies which are assisting in huge breaches of international law. Thank you so much for listening. We really appreciate your attention to this, and thank you, the live stream listeners and viewers and supporters here today. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. I'll just check if there are questions. Are there any questions? Councillor Watson.
Thank you for your presentation. I just want to ask you a question about this United Nations Security Council Resolution 2334 that you referred to. My understanding that occurred on December 23rd, 2016, and that New Zealand was one of the 4 elected members who put that resolution forward at that meeting. That resolution was adopted with 14 members of the Security Council voting in favour and the United States alone abstaining, and that the Security Council indeed broke into rare applause following that move, and Foreign Minister Murray McCully said of that resolution at the time, New Zealand voted for and co-sponsored the resolution because it was consistent with long-held New Zealand policy positions on Palestine. I'm assuming, to answer any question that might be coming up as to the relevance or otherwise to Auckland Council, I'm assuming New Zealand, Auckland Council is obliged to abide by government policy, and especially when that government policy is enforcing or attempting to enforce United Nations resolutions.
Yes. Thank you
Kia ora.
so much.
Very clear. Are there any other questions? Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thank you. My question was for Mahir in terms of what this would mean for the Palestinian community in Auckland. If you had a comment to add on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie, for the question. This is the minimum we can do for the people. They are killing every single minute, every single time. Our people are dying every single day in all over of Palestine. It's not Gaza only. It's the West Bank. It's the other part of Palestine. So I believe this is the minimum Auckland Council can do for our community here in Auckland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know it's difficult to talk about these issues in public forums, so I thank you both. And for the group of people who are here, including I see some kids at the back, so not often do we have young people in this room, so it's very nice to see you as well at the back there. I think Councillor Ferry and Councillor Patterson-Hamlin would like to move and second this one as well. All those in favour? Any opposed? Kia ora. Thank you both very much. Right, so there's no local board input. There is, now we move to the notice of motion. We'll get Councillor Ferry. So what will happen is Councillor Ferry will open her notice of motion. Then there'll be questions, I believe. And then we'll go into, if there is any debate, members can debate like a regular motion. And then Councillor Ferry will also have the opportunity to close up if she feels she would like to do so. Kia ora, Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thank you very much. So I think what I'm going to use my initial speaking time for is to sort of explain the notice of motion, its purpose. I did put that in the background that is on the agenda, and I was away last week when the notice of motion was signed off and accepted by the CEO, but I did ask for staff to circulate it to everyone, so they had it actually before the agenda was published, because I acknowledge that this is something that's a little bit outside what we usually are talking about around this table. International issues don't usually come to us, and this notice of motion is very narrowly focused on the part of our work that actually does touch on international issues, which is how we spend ratepayers' money, how we spend the other part of our income, which is significant, that comes from Aucklanders through other channels as well. So it's very focused on what we do around our procurement, which is our business and is well within our remit. So that's the purpose of the narrow focus of it. At this point, it's about getting advice from staff about, are we using any of the businesses that are on the UN list? The list is about 150, 160 businesses. And I want to clarify also that it is very specifically, it is not Israeli businesses, it is not Jewish businesses, which would be terrible. We would should never consider something like that. It is very specifically businesses operating in the illegal Israeli settlements on Palestinian occupied land. And one of the reasons it's important to make that distinction is because that is the distinction made in international law and by our own government, that it should be a discrimination against those businesses operating only in those circumstances. So it is not a wider boycott of Israeli businesses. It is very, very narrowly focused and very much in line with, has been pointed out by our presenters, very much in line with the UN resolutions, which go back to 2016. So although this is the first time this has come to us to seek alignment, actually this is something that's 10 years old. It's the same age as my youngest son. So seeking to align with central government and, as has been pointed out, international law. So I just wanted to clarify those points in terms of what we're doing today. We're seeking advice from staff to check, are we already aligning with this? Hopefully the answer to that is yes. If the answer to that is no in any way, then we will face another decision that will come to us with advice, because it's always important that we make decisions based on advice, at another time. Today's decision is to seek that advice, to check. And that's all that it is doing. I'd really appreciate your support for this. Although everyone in this room will be aware of the broader international context, which is rapidly changing as well, because when I started work on writing this, we did not have the situation in Iran that we now have, the situation in Lebanon as well. So events are changing very quickly in the Middle East. But this, as I say, is something that's been around for 10 years. And also I know that we have a range of views around the table about our role on international issues. Some of us believe that we should, as community leaders, take a position on this kind of stuff, particularly where community members have asked us to. Some of us feel that it's not something that as local government elected representatives we should get involved in, and then there's all sorts of shades in between. This is something that is sort of putting that to one side in a way, is saying that actually we have a responsibility with how we spend ratepayers' money, how we spend other income, which is actually more than we get from ratepayers. Sorry, that's a little constant refrain of mine. And that is to comply with international law and central government expectations, and very specifically on this one, this is something we can do today to get that advice, to send a small step forward on something that, when it comes back to us, could be a wider expression of solidarity if this body chooses to do so. So I'll leave it there in terms of explaining and reserve my right of reply. Kia ora. And I move it. Sorry, Sandra's mouthing at me that I need to officially move it. Sorry, we don't do notices of motion very often, so we're all a little bit rusty. Well, I am.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Ferry and Councillor Patterson-Hamlin. Right, are there any questions of clarification for Councillor Ferry as the mover? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. In recalling these sorts of notices of motion on significant world events and the like, and understanding the intent behind it, the experience that I've had and over the history of the precedent for these sorts of things, they've always been held at the governing body. And I would feel very uncomfortable for it to be dealt with here. And I want to foreshadow, unless you can give me clear explanation for why it's here and not the governing body, I'd like to foreshadow that I will move an amendment that it be referred to the governing body of the council.
Cool. I can probably answer that unless Councillor Ferry does at the end, but you cannot now, under our new standing orders, amend a notice of motion at all. You can support it or not. That was under the standing orders that we approved last year. Late last year under the new term, and there was a long process that Councillor Ferry went through both with Phil Wilson and the Mayor's office, and it was decided more appropriately that it came to this committee as its policy, but also the fact we can include Haukura members in the decision, but that was a discussion by the Mayor's office and others, yeah, because it would be a change of policy. The advice actually would end up at value for money around procurement potentially as well in the future if there's a decision. But yeah, we can't actually amend a notice of motion now. Deputy Mayor?
So can I ask a question of staff? Is that possible now? Or
Probably of Megan if she can.
Yeah,
if she
Megan.
can.
if this is law already, why are we asking staff to go away and check? Is there any doubt that as Auckland Council we are not abiding by government law? And I just don't want to waste staff's time we all know that central government often has laws that override what we do, right? So I'm just asking. I don't want to waste anyone's time for hours going away and doing a whole lot of research because we should be following the law. Surely.
Through the chair, this is a matter of international law, and individual states and countries have opportunities to make their own laws around it. So there is no New Zealand law around this, and therefore no law that we have to abide by in terms of this nation. So therefore, we have the ability, though, to look at what's happening internationally in international law and directions and guidance and other things that come through as to whether or not we want to meet or support anything like that. So I'm quite clear that this is not a matter that we are unlawfully either supporting or not supporting, but there is an opportunity for us to look at it, and that's what we are being asked to do through the notice of motion.
Supplementary, you don't ordinarily support, Auckland Council doesn't ordinarily follow international law, it just follows New Zealand government law. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so local government's a creature of statute, so it needs to meet government law, and that may or may not follow international law, obviously depending on the issue. So yeah, we look to government law as our absolute requirement, and we can look further, like in this case, for example, and that's what we're being asked to do now.
And my understanding, if you would like to clarify, Councillor Ferry, that it's about aligning to the government's position, which we wouldn't necessarily need to, but
yeah, so to clarify further, that's why I put in the background quite a lengthy series of quotes that outlines the central government position. And so international law is kind of one of those fuzzy things that it's not like a statute for us where we have to follow it. International law is much more guidelines in reality, and the way that it operates, and I'm aware that we have people around the table who will know more about this than me, but the way that it operates in this particular case is that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade has extensive current advice, and their position aligns with not supporting, as I think the phrasing used, illegal Israeli settlements on occupied Palestinian territories. But then they, as Megan says, they haven't passed a law that says that nobody in New Zealand can do that. And I note that a number of other councils have already looked at this and progressed or not progressed this. So it is fair to say, I think, that the central government position is clear. How it impacts on us is more as guidance. And so it's, are we aligning with that position, not are we aligning with their law, because they haven't got a law, they've got a position. Sorry if that's confusing, but it is really different the way that international law plays out as opposed to local law, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Who passes international law? How does it get to be international law?
So in this case, we're talking about a UN Security Council resolution, which is all in the papers that were on the published agenda. And
But
so
a-
it was
but a UN
passed by the
security-
UN Security Council.
But that's not international law. Just because the Security Council abides by something is not international law.
Well, the expectation is that it is complied with by members of the UN.
Sure. Yes, it's expected that people will comply, but to have their own set of laws that make that bring that into effect. Because there isn't a particular institution somewhere sitting that says, we have passed a law today, the bill's done, and that's international law.
Just want to stick to a question of Councillor Ferry. We can debate it in the debate. But
Yeah, but we're now saying that we are trying to get this council to abide by international law, and I want to know who set up international law that covers this. I know about a UN resolution. I was a member of the National Party when that was done in 2016. I was a member of Parliament. But I want to know why this council is now saying we support international law, and you can't tell me exactly how the international law was passed, because there isn't such a court.
so the resolution is clear that this is about aligning with the resolution of.
Correct. We're aligning ourselves with a resolution of the Security Council. Okay, that's different to international law.
It's clearly what it states in B and C, that it is alignment with the policies and practices with UN Security Council Resolution 2334. It's pretty clear.
Are there any other questions? Cool. Okay, so we will stop questions and move now into debate if people would like to debate this. Is there anyone put themselves forward? Councillor Patterson-Hamlin and then Councillor Watson after that.
Kia ora. I'm very honoured to be seconding this notice of motion today. I want to acknowledge some very special faux constituents in the room. Saleh, Asma, Mina, Mira and Khairi. Mina, Mira and Khairi attend school with my children in Avondale. They moved here just over a year ago from Gaza, where they experience things no one should ever have to experience, least of all children. And that they are thriving at Kura is nothing more than extraordinary. Look, I'm under no illusions here. I'm aware that neither Benjamin Netanyahu nor Donald Trump are currently quaking in their boots because Auckland Council has a notice of motion. But we are, as we have said several times in this room in different contexts, a multi-billion-dollar organisation, kaitiaki of a lot of public money, a public who marched in unprecedented numbers last year against these occupations. And we do have influence. We can't stop the bombs dropping on Palestine. We can't stop more illegal settlements or release the thousands of prisoners held without charge or trial. We can't walk back a genocide, but what we can do is make sure without a shadow of a doubt that none of that public money, not 1 cent of it, is being used to further that genocide or put any guns in anyone's hands, or facilitate the purchase of drones that murder children because they are Palestinian and for no other reason. Please vote for this notice of motion. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Yes, I'll begin by thanking the mover and seconder of this notice of motion and for the background information that they supplied. I guess the other reason that Sarah alluded to why this is of interest to Auckland Council is that last September there was a pro-Palestine march where there was crowds estimated between 20 and 50,000 Aucklanders turned up. So I think that alone indicates the interest of the people we represent in this issue. There is the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2334 that was adopted in 2016, as we heard, and declared quite clearly that the Israel settlement activity in the occupied Palestinian territory was a flagrant violation of international law, and our mover and seconder told us this, and that, I guess more to the point, UN has since consistently reported that Israel has failed to comply with the demand to cease these activities, and indeed settlement expansion has continued at high levels. We as a little country have more than a passing interest in this resolution, as we heard. There were 4 elected members who put that forward. New Zealand was one of them, along with Malaysia, Senegal and Venezuela. And as I mentioned in my question, it was adopted with 14 members of the Security Council voting in favour and only the United States abstaining. And Mr. McCulley, who was then the Foreign Minister, said that this was consistent with long-held New Zealand policy positions on Palestine. Interestingly enough, after the vote, and by contrast, the current Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, called for working ties to be limited with the countries on the Security Council. And in respect of New Zealand and Senegal, which co-sponsored the resolution, it was reported in Haaretz that Mr. Netanyahu had threatened Foreign Minister Murray McCulley that advancing the resolution would be tantamount to a declaration of war. So that's the mentality that we've been dealing with here. In terms of the resolution, it's worth noting that since that time, and as of now, early 2026, there are over 500 illegal Israeli settlements and outposts spread across the West Bank, and that these have been accelerated with state-backed construction. The settler population is more than 700 to 750,000 Israeli settlers live in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, roughly 500,000 alone in the West Bank, and that in April 2026 is reported that Israeli cabinet had approved 34 new settlements. So this is very much a live issue. However, I think it's important to note in terms of the illegal occupation of Palestinian land that this occurs in conjunction with over 2 years of genocide in Gaza, just 30 kilometres to the west. Gaza, if we put it in an Auckland perspective, is 365 square kilometres. Auckland Council region is 13 to 14 times larger than Gaza. And what's been happening in Gaza? Well, in October, when there was a ceasefire last year, at that stage there were 67,000 Palestinians had been killed. At least 20,000 of them children were among the dead. 1 child every hour. That's out of date, those figures now. If you look at the latest, 72,328 killed in Gaza, 749 people killed since the ceasefire, 1,079 killed in the West Bank, which is the subject of today's notice of motion. Just as bad, over 170,000 Palestinians have been injured with life-altering wounds. 125 hospitals and clinics are damaged or destroyed. 1,700 health and aid workers have been killed. Physicians arrested and imprisoned. Senior doctors died under Israeli custody. 790 documented attacks on health facilities. 459 people in October who had died of starvation. That was and included 1 child and 4 suffered from severe acute malnutrition. At least 2,600 people killed and nearly 20,000 injured while trying to collect food aid. 89% of Gaza's water and sanitation infrastructure has been damaged or destroyed. 92% of all residential buildings have been destroyed. 88% of commercial facilities have been destroyed. 62% of Gaza's residents have lost legal documentation of property ownership. 92% of schools require complete construction. 10,800 Palestinians are held in Israeli prisons, including 450 children. 4,000 are held nearly without charge or trial. And for the people trying to tell us about that, the journalists, 300 of them, journalists and media workers, have been killed. A very dangerous war to try and report the truth on, making it the deadliest war for journalists in human history. Back to our resolution, and in summation, Mr. Chair, New Zealand supports international law principles behind the resolutions that are before us today. And in fact, even our recent actions have focused on ensuring international law compliance. We have supported the ICJ and settlement stance, the database actions that are in the agenda, the support for the General Assembly resolutions just in 2024, New Zealand voted in favour of a UN General Assembly resolution demanding that Israel end its unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territory within 12 months, and so forth and so on. So I just finished by saying, Mr. Chair, that in the face of such calculated and brazen disregard for United Nations resolution and calculated barbarism and moral depravity that's unprecedented this century, I don't think it's too much to ask Auckland Council's officials to check that our policies and practices align with the United Nations Security Council resolutions that our government has supported so strongly. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you very much for that. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, it will come as no surprise to you as I'm going to be voting against this, not because of any of the merits of the issue whatsoever. And as I said, as a member of the National Party and a member of Parliament at the time, clearly supported what was being done by my government. My opposition to this today is simply we are just a continuous target from central government about telling us to stick to our knitting and get on with things that are for a local body to be doing. And I'm sorry, but we've got specific roles and functions we should be fulfilling. And I think that we are a creature of statute, as Megan pointed out, and there are things in the Local Government Act that are telling us what we should be doing. And I do not believe that we should be spending our time. Yes, you've got political parties and a government that you can be going to their meetings and getting them to agree to things, because that is a central government role. But we take away our ability to argue strongly about why our rates are going up and why we're doing things, when we can have the reverse come to us and said, then why the hell are you getting involved in the things that are just not the role of a local authority? And I'm sorry, but I intend to vote against this. Nothing to do with the merits of what's going on and whether I support either one side or the other. I think there's ghastly stuff. There's atrocities being conducted. And finally, I'll make one comment. I've got a little notebook, quite full of them, and I can actually send it to anybody that wants to see it, of the brazen disregard for resolutions passed through the Security Council that nearly all of its major members have. There are countries at that Security Council who say we're in favour of, freedom of expression, and they are slaughtering anybody who says they're gay. They say we're in favour of equal rights for everybody, but women aren't even allowed to go out of the building without someone with them and drive a car. So please be very careful to bringing up about United Nations and how phenomenal this regimes are. I can take you through a list of pages of appalling breaches of United Nations standards. They're one of the worst, and you see a body where I think Iran is currently chairing the Human Rights Council. Seriously, that has got to be a joke beyond belief. So, I'm putting my name down as I'm voting against the resolution.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson, thank you. And just, I understand these issues are passionate, but we'll just try and get everyone. Okay, cool. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be very quick. I firstly just want to commend the excellent contributions of my colleagues, Councillor Ferry, Patterson-Hamlin and Councillor Watson. And I just urge most of all my colleagues to reflect upon those contributions, because there was some amazing stuff in there and really, really interesting stuff. And please use that to support this motion. I think they spoke so well. I don't have too much else to add, save for one thing. I want to just sort of gently challenge the contention that this isn't part of our work. I think it's directly part of our work. Firstly, in running the city's finances and providing their public services, that requires us to procure, requires us to enter into contracts, it requires us to deal with companies. And so we need to be assured that we are following both domestic law and International Security Council resolutions when we do that. I think that's fairly standard practice. It's what we do in other areas of life, and I don't see it as particularly controversial to ask the question and get the advice, because that's what this motion does, is it requests advice. So I don't see that as earth-shattering from that perspective in terms of local council services. But where things may make an impact in the advocacy space, most of our job is to run the city, right? And all the finances, all that kind of stuff that I just said. But we're also looked upon from Aucklanders to advocate and to lead. We're politicians. This is a political space. A lot of our job is taking stances on issues. We shouldn't be afraid of that. We do this all the time. And I don't see this as particularly controversial, frankly. I think it is our duty to lead. It's our duty to lead on human rights and international law and international norms. So I'm very proud to support this motion, and I thank everyone for your contributions. Thanks, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you very much. Councillor Lee. Thank you.
Thank you. I certainly support this notice of motion, and given the opposition to it is not substantive. The opposition I've heard around the table is technical, if you like, whether it's appropriate for this council, for this governing body to have a view or even to ask questions about how this council is complying directly or indirectly with a United Nations Security Council resolutions. Essentially, what the notice of motion is about is essentially a timely audit. Timely given the world situation right now, about where we stand in compliance with that moral obligation, at least, of that resolution. The Councillor Williamson is quite right, and he has a lot of experience in Parliament, a number of ministerial portfolios, so he should be listened to carefully. But I think if he challenges the status of the UN Security Council, where does that leave us, or where does that leave anyone? But of course, international law is not just based on resolutions of the UN Security Council. There is the Hague Convention. There's the Statute of Rome, and a number, Geneva Conventions. All of those count for international law. Colleagues are law-abiding people. They had to be elected and to be re-elected. And therefore, the law is not just, our compliance with the law is not just technical, it's also moral. And you don't leave your conscience behind when you move from Parliament to the Auckland Council. The Auckland Council is a regional government of Auckland. It is a regional council as well as a city council, and therefore we do have moral obligations. Also, the fact of the matter is we have major investments. I think the budget will be due to sign off pretty soon, is around about $7.9 billion. It's completely appropriate to ensure that, given the world situation, given the state of war, or is it war? It's certainly not peace. It's neither, perhaps, at this point in time, neither war nor peace, but a war is going on nonetheless in the Middle East, at least a part of it, despite the temporary truce. And that I'm referring to is Lebanon, and of course the ongoing persecution and brutality, worse than brutality in Gaza, which I think is very much motivating this notice of motion and the support for it coming from the community. Councillor Watson has detailed the list of atrocities against civilians, which certainly are war crimes, and certainly incredibly brutal, unspeakable in fact. I won't go into them, but I want to acknowledge the members of the public here, the Palestine Solidarity people who have worked for months, years indeed, speaking out against this terrible persecution, this Holocaust, in fact, inflicted on the people of the Middle East by one particular country, Israel. And therefore, I have to say, Mr. Chair, that I will be fully supporting this request, this notice that is entailed in this notice of motion, and the moral reasons I'm sure that are prompting it. Thank you very much.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. And thank you everyone who's presented. And I can feel the passion from everyone speaking. I do not leave my morals behind anywhere, and I do not leave my brains behind anywhere. And I try to come to everything I commit to doing with the best efforts I can. But I am not equipped with the understandings of all this. I'm listening to everybody, but in my head, I can also see all the newsreels that I've watched across many different platforms and the atrocities everywhere. Last year, I was in the Hiroshima War Museum and saw the atrocities that happened in the Second World War. I'm not equipped I got into this job to fix the potholes, to clear the drains, and to fix Auckland. And sometimes I feel very inadequate at doing that. And I feel far more inadequate at making a judgment on this sort of call. I could look at abstaining, but that would be a cop-out. I do not believe that this is our job. And I praise God that I live in New Zealand, but I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you. I'd like to thank those that spoke in public forum, but in particular, I'd like to acknowledge Abigail, Ellen and Justine Sachs for speaking as members of the Jewish community and your bravery in doing so. I believe ratepayers do want to know, and I believe ratepayers do care about the services, who we procure services from, who we invest with, who we procure assets from. So I don't see an issue with this notice of motion being brought here to Auckland Council, to this committee. And I thank the Councillor Ferry and Councillor Patterson-Hamlin for bringing this here, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Winiata.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the voices against this because they speak to the policy and whether or not they feel that their role is to make decisions around this. And I would implore anyone that's upset about that to just appreciate the fact that we do live in a democracy here. And that while it might not be the answer that you want, nobody has said that they don't support the atrocities, what you are trying to do. We risk going into quite a deep black hole. I'm aware of one American company where there are multiple banks in New Zealand that have investments with this particular company, which provides AI data and analytics through to those that are forcing those in Palestine into submission. And while the ASB has turned its nose up at Motorola, it does have investments in other companies that do support this, right down to one bank having KiwiSaver investments going through there. So where does this stop when council finds itself without a bank to hold any of its debt? You might say, well, out the window with a lot of them, but the Auckland Council, being the organisation that it is, carries a lot of weight in terms of what it needs to provide for its ratepayers. With respect to the occupation and the atrocities that Palestine is facing, New Zealand is approximately 180 odd years on from land grabs and atrocities that it faced itself back in the 1860s. So, and we are still working through those many, many years later. So we need to be aware of how we support it, whether our role is to support it, and whether or not we actually have that voice. Some of the support against has been against policy. My question would be, how much investment is going into this to look into what we're trying to accomplish here, but also what are the outcomes that we might be facing when we say we don't want to support any investments or any companies that are investing, because there's going to be some small spider in this wee web, this very large web, of investments in corporate businesses around the world with this global structure that we all stand with. Now, if any of you sitting here are with any New Zealand bank, then you're all providing some form of assistance to that. And that's quite the conundrum, because we need banks. We need somewhere to hold the money. I see a shake of the head there, and I certainly appreciate what you're saying. But the reality is, if we're going to operate as we are as councillors, we need financial institutions to be able to assist us. We need banks and financial institutions. Yeah, I see the shake of the head, and we can discuss that later, and I'm quite happy to. I support this because it's no skin off my back in order to make a decision to allow this to go forward. I certainly appreciate what Councillor Ferry and Councillor Patterson-Hamlin have done by trying to put this forward, because it means that we take a stand. And if taking a stand doesn't hurt me or the ratepayer at any cost, then that's not the worst thing. However, I am very wary of the black hole that we step into when we find how tangled these corporations are within the investments that New Zealand holds. So I think we should all be very cautious with where this may end up and what we're holding ourselves to. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor, thank you. Member Karen Wilson, kia ora.
Kia ora. I firstly want to say it's great to see so many of you here today for this item on the agenda. Thank you. I also want to acknowledge the mover and the seconder and the well-crafted, well-researched, well-spoken to motion that's being put there, because it's difficult, as we can tell by the length of the meeting that we're having here. So I acknowledge that I did hear what is intended as it relates to Auckland Council and the roles and responsibilities that's required. So that's, from my perspective, the reason why we're listening to this today. Now, we can't go past, clearly, the emotion and the experiences that are also incumbent. But I'm lucky that I'm able to hear both, because it is important, going to the points that were raised about how this relates to this council and this committee. The only concern that I did have, which I suppose motivated me to speak, was the notion that it should go to the governing body and therefore would exclude Haukura. And that would mean we wouldn't get overview, nor would we have an ability. So that, I guess, also added to the notion that we should be, as well as Haukura, given the nature of what's being looked at here today, and specifically the whakapapa of what is being experienced by a lot of you there. So I also acknowledge Councillor Lee's contribution, word for word, would I say, in terms of what he's expressed. I support and acknowledge. Having said that, my vote will be in support of this motion. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Member Wilson. Are there any other, Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you, Chair. There's been some incredible contribution here today, and colleagues that I deeply respect, people like Councillor Watson talking about the genocide that all of us find completely abhorrent. It's just beyond our belief. The death of the children in the way that he has so eloquently described. My difficulty is the precedent that we set. And there's no disrespect to Hakura. It's an anomaly of the statute that you don't sit at the GB. But for me, the GB is the primary committee. So if we want to make a statement in terms of advocacy, to my mind, it should be at that level. But the difficulty that I've got is the precedent that we set by this today. I mean, for one, I think Donald Trump's a madman. I would like, and he hasn't even arrived yet, I'd probably like a notice of motion to say that the American ambassador should be withdrawn. But is that going to be what I'm going to do next month? Because now we've set the precedent for this. We're all going to raise all of the issues that all of us feel internationally we want dealt with at the Policy and Planning Committee when we have an obligation to be dealing with PC 120 and everything associated with that. That is not to demean the passion that these people are bringing to us today and the feelings that we all might have. I'm really struggling because I don't believe this is the appropriate place for us to be having this discussion, and it might mean that we're not fulfilling our obligations as councillors to do those things that we are required to do under the delegations of this committee. So while Councillor Turner may think it's a cop-out, I'm going to abstain today because I just don't believe this is the right place for us to have this dialogue. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? I'll speak briefly and then back to Councillor Ferry. The right place, this is a committee of the whole. All members of the council are able to be at this meeting, and we also have the benefit of having Haukura here with us, which I think is a good reason to have it here. I did not choose to have it on this committee, but it is here, and I think it is appropriate that we debate it. If you look under the terms of reference of the Policy Planning and Development Committee, it talks about the policies, it talks about social and economic policies, and the scope is quite correctly within this committee, but also committees of the whole are a part of the governing body, but we also have our Haukura members here. So I'm fine with the process that's gone through. I know that both the mover and the seconder went through this quite a long period with the Mayor's office, with the CEO and others to make sure it was appropriate. I think that no doubt that members have touched on the atrocities and the huge concerns that many of us have watching and seeing the images. And yes, we are privileged to live in this country, but we know that we can't turn a blind eye for centuries. It's important for other parts of the world to not turn a blind eye to atrocities happening in other areas. And we have amazing people who thankfully could make it to our shores to have a safe haven because their home is not safe. This is not a new thing. Sadly, New Zealand recognises that the illegal occupation of Palestine has been happening since the 60s. Obviously, we have seen on our TV screens that over 70,000 members officially. Those numbers we know will be far higher. Mostly, the majority women and children being killed, and then hundreds of thousands more displaced. Something I don't think any of us, I have a 4-year-old son, and seeing those images on TV, I could never imagine what it is like to trying to bring up a child in in such devastation. But putting aside somehow the atrocities and our feelings about this item and this decision is only about A, asking advice, but B, asking for advice on how we're investing. We are one of the biggest, if you want to call us a business, and I would never call us a business, but we are one of the biggest businesses or entities in the city, if not the country. The amount of investment we make in both monetary and in procurement and contracts and projects is significant. So it's not, we are bigger than some of the banks. We are bigger than Spark. We are bigger than many others that I could name. So it is important, I think, through this resolution that we are looking to make sure we're investing in the right places. And Councillor Fletcher, any one of us can bring forward notice of motions like this. And sometimes I've heard us spend 4 or 5 hours debating what can be an insignificant item, and I don't think this is insignificant. It has been 1 hour and 17 minutes, but you know, we had a debate a couple of weeks ago that went on for 6 hours. We've had many debates about catering. We've had debates about discretionary spending. We've had debates about our membership to a local government, New Zealand, that lasted for 4 or 5 hours. So there are things that take our view away from other things, but I think we've got a long agenda that we can still focus on the business, and it's up to all of us to actually debate what comes in front of us. And I believe the chair and the mover and seconder did their best to try and make this as defined as possible to what our responsibility is. There could have been, I imagine, and I've seen it many a time, there could have been far more significant resolutions about our feelings, our positions on a whole bunch of things, but this is very specific to if we are aligned with the government's resolutions and support and policies, and whether our investment is aligned with that. And I think this, when I've spoken to staff, because I wanted to understand what would happen from here, and it is within staff's regular focus that they can look at this. They're always looking at our investments, where we are and aren't investing. Things like the living wage, things like climate, things like Māori outcomes, all of that is already constantly being looked into. So staff don't believe this is going to take a lot of time and effort over what they're already doing. We won't be contracting out this service to do this work. So I believe that it is a clear, defined thing for us to be looking at, and it is up to other members, whatever they bring to this table, if they feel like it's within our jurisdiction. So I'll be very clearly supporting this resolution, and it will be interesting to see, and I hope that the resolution shows that we aren't investing in the illegal occupation of Palestine. I assume we aren't. I would hope that we aren't, but I do take what other members have said, that we just need to back it up with future decisions from here. But I'll pass back to Councillor Ferry for closing this item. But
Chair, just before you do, intentionally or otherwise, you implied that I thought that this was an insignificant item, and that is not the case.
That's not a point of order, Councillor. It's just a debating.
I've taken offence at that, because I was at pains to demonstrate that this is not insignificant, but it's just the precedent and the place.
Yes.
So I didn't know whether you intended.
No, I was merely stating in my debating point that yes, there is PC 120. Yes, there is a lot of other things, but this is just one item that can take up part of our debate, and replying to the fact that any of us can bring things forward that we would like to debate on, and it doesn't necessarily take away from other items. Kia ora. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. Thank you for the interesting discussion. A number of the points, as we went through this, that I was thinking, oh, I'll reply to that, and I'll reply to that, and my right of reply have been picked up by others. But I do want to dwell on a few things, and I think Councillor Lee's way of putting this as a timely audit of what we are doing and whether we are aligning on this specific matter is a really useful way of framing it, and I thank him for putting it that way. Because as with anything like this, it will take a very small amount of staff time, and I did check that beforehand with staff. It is a matter of bringing back to us advice for further action. and an interesting conversation there about the significance of this item. I was agnostic about which committee the advice came back to, and I noticed that the chair did mention value for money. I wonder, given the interest and the statement from Councillor Fletcher, whether it does come back to another committee of the whole, but I'll just leave that there. We can deal with that later. But I did just want to pick up on that point in my right of reply. I think what I really wanted to get across is that, yes, this is very narrow, but it's also very important, because the metaphor was used before of this being something that's outside of our remit. We're not sticking to our knitting. And I guess I see how we procure things as literally how we do the knitting. It is the needles and the wool that we produce a budget with. It is the way that we deliver for Aucklanders on the things that they tell us are their priorities and what they value and what we're legally obliged to do by statute, all of that kind of stuff, right? So procurement is absolutely our knitting. And having procurement, in a way, having a policy and ensuring that we are doing this in ways that mean that we limit our harm. That's really what we're talking about here. We're talking about limiting harm in an international scope here, but we already have a responsible investment policy, to sort of mix up investment and procurement for a second there, where it says, so it has a list of things that we exclude, and then it says, which are things like nuclear weapons and stuff like that. And then it says, in addition, while not considered unlawful, the Council would not expect their funds to be invested in companies that are directly involved in the manufacture of tobacco products, not illegal, the production of fossil fuels, also not illegal, and generating revenue from the operation of gambling. So we actually already have long-standing policy. This has been repeatedly signed off on by subsequent councils, that says that we do look at things not just on whether they are legal requirements, but whether they fit our values as an organisation. Some would call that our morals, and I personally don't take offence at that. Some others may, but we already are living our values with the way we invest and spend money on a range of other things. And I do not see this as any different. I see this as very much aligned with our other commitments about not spending not using providers who are also making weapons of war. Because, as has been eloquently put by other speakers, that is the broader context we are talking about here. We are talking about settlements that have been recognised internationally and nationally as being illegal, as being a way of collectively punishing and disenfranchising the Palestinian community on their own land for decades now. And I absolutely think it is our knitting to make sure that the needles and the wool do not have blood on them. And I will leave it there. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor, thank you. Right, we'll go to the vote now. So all those in favour?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No. Opposed?
And would you like your votes recorded? Cool. So
Thank you.
Councillor Turner and Councillor Williamson would like their votes recorded as opposed.
And Councillor Sayers abstained.
Okay, hang on. Councillor Deputy Mayor, you'll have to say that on record.
I'm happy to do A and B, and I'll abstain on C.
Okay, Deputy Mayor would like to support A and B but abstain on C. Councillor Fletcher would like to abstain on all three.
I'm happy to go with Councillor Simpson on that, and I understand there are others online.
Okay, and I'll just need Councillor Sayers, could you please repeat your vote on? We should have maybe done a division, I guess. But Councillor Sayers, you'd like?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just abstaining on all three, thank you.
Abstaining on all three. And Councillor Burns, just clarifying, I know you're losing your voice, I've lost your voice, but is it correct you would like to abstain on all three? Cool, so we'll just go, can we just have a count up of the votes? Sorry, I know this is difficult. Just bear with us, sorry.
Councillor Burns has, I think she's got some voice problems. Yeah, could we clarify with her directly by text?
Yep, she's put it in the chat, so thank you. We're just waiting a couple seconds and we'll try and add them up.
No one called a division, so we can't go back and do it.
Just checking, Mr. Chair, if we can call for a show of hands, if that makes it easier.
I think we've got it now. I think it's 14 votes in favour with 2 opposed and 4 abstain. Is that correct? 3 abstain. 4 abstain, yep. So 14 votes in favour, 2 opposed and 4 abstain. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we will have a, what should we have? Come back at 11:35. We'll just have a stretch your legs break, and people who would like to maybe not stay for the rest of our meeting, but kia ora and thank you for being here. We'll just have Sam and Imogen. That's where we are. Have Sam and Imogen, if you want to come up to the table. Kia ora. Kia ora both. Thank you for waiting, and you know the drill. Thank you very much.
Kia ora koutou.
Presentation will be up in 1 second, sorry.
Thanks. Marvellous, thank you. Yeah, so we're here today to talk about the Clean Vessel Plan, and is there a clicky thing? Oh, there is. Thanks, Sam. So, bear with me while I sort out the technology. There we go. Right. So we're seeking your endorsement for this proposed plan to go to the Minister for Biosecurity, and pending his approval, then on out to public consultation. So I'll step you through some of the background context of why we're here, why this plan has been drafted up, and what we can expect to see out of it. We're also seeking your prior approval to prepare a submission, so when it does go out to public consultation, we're all ready to go with that submissions process, and then I'll talk you through the sort of the next steps procedurally and timeline. So this is a significant issue for Auckland and for the Upper North Island, because we know that marine pests, they typically move their way around the place by attaching either to the hull of somebody's boat, or they get tangled up in an anchor, chain, other gear that people are moving with their boats. And that's a significant problem for us, because we see species such as calliope, Mediterranean fanworm, really have the potential to spread very widely and overrun our Indigenous species and have significant impacts both on our Indigenous biodiversity but also on our economy that depends upon that. So major implications for aquaculture, for tourism, for all of those sort of marine-based economic sectors. And it's particularly an issue for us in the Upper North Island, because we know that around 70% of the domestic fleet of vessels is based in that Upper North Island area. And we also know that people typically, many vessel owners, they don't stay just within their one region, they're frequently moving between different regions. And so there's a real need to be coordinated in terms of how we address this issue. At the moment, we don't have the level of regulatory coordination that we would like. We've been working alongside our neighbouring regions for a long time to address this issue, and this is the culmination of it coming to you today. But the current status quo is that we've got a patchwork of very different rules in different regions. And so that's not ideal, because it doesn't give us the best protection for biodiversity and for our economy. It also is clunky for vessel owners to deal with, because they have to get their heads around a whole range of similar but slightly different rules in different situations when they're moving between regions. So it's not efficient, it's not as effective as it could be. So we've been working alongside the other Upper North Island regions for some time. So we've been to yourselves in committees past and got approval to work with them. We've done a significant amount of stakeholder, mana whenua, public pre-engagement to really understand what are the practical realities of managing this sector, what can we do that is going to be workable for everybody and get the best outcomes that we can. So that's where we're at the moment. The proposal is to take that in the form of a national plan under the Biosecurity Act, which the Minister for Biosecurity is the decision maker on. So really our role here is to endorse that plan being proposed to the Minister. The Minister, if he sees fit, can endorse it to go out to public consultation. There'll be that public consultation formal process in which we can take a role in submitting our own individual thoughts on that, and then the Minister ultimately will be the decision maker as to whether an operative plan is made into the future. It's not moving on. Yeah. So staff have been really involved in this process throughout and really supportive of it. We see that the proposed plan will bring a much more consistent national approach. Ideally, we would like to see it rolled out fully nationally in the future, but this is a sort of a pilot opportunity that, as I say, addresses around 70% of the domestic fleet risk. It will really improve the outcomes that we see. It will reduce the compliance challenges for boaties having to navigate those different situations. We've commissioned an independent cost-benefit analysis, which suggests that there are really very significant benefits from this, so over $1 billion over 20 years, and it has the ability to bring in additional non-rates funding through a levy on vessel owners of $200 a year. So I've already outlined the next steps, but basically we will, if you endorse the proposal and if the other North Island regions endorse the proposal as well, it will go to the Minister, to Cabinet. Timeline's really subject to Cabinet approval, but we hope to get public consultation out prior to the general election, otherwise it will be bumped into next year. Yeah.
Cool.
Happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll move the recommendations. Councillor Fletcher would like to second. And just to be clear, we've been going back and forth on this for a little while, and some of the requests originally did come from the council, but thank you both for being heavily involved in the discussions with and the back and forth between the offices of individual councils as well. So that's been really helpful, and to get my understanding of the support from across our neighbouring regional councils as well. So I think it's good. And to clarify, I've also personally sent letters on to ministers, basically, it was kind of like a shared task from all the different councils as well on this, and that was well received. So thank you. Councillor Fletcher, do you have some questions?
I wonder whether you can give us an indication of the support from the Hauraki Gulf Forum.
Yes, so we have engaged with them previously and they have been supportive, and I know that they were amongst those who also wrote to the government asking that we would...
Chair, I don't need to speak later, but I would just like to commend these two women for the incredible advocacy that they have brought to this issue, and it's about time we had a national strategy on this, so thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your advocacy on this too, Councillor Fletcher, for a long time. Are there any other questions? Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks. I totally support your work in this space. So, you know, city of sales, we've all got to look at what comes below those sales. But I've just got a couple of questions, and they're financial, and they're just for my understanding. Are the existing business as usual budgets generally sufficient, or will the Clean Vessel Plan delivery displace other council priorities?
That's a good question. So we're able to deliver a modest approach in this space. These things are always scalable, of course. So the benefit that we see from bringing in the additional funding is we'll be able to scale up our investment in things like hull surveillance. So we know we're not able to get around all of the fleet at the moment. We'll be able to, our return time of being able to get around vessels will be a lot faster with that additional effort. There'll be other mitigations that we're able to put in place. So, for example, things like there's been some discussion around provision of moorings in places like Aotea. They're not in our current budget. So at the moment we would have to reallocate from something else to be able to afford that, but with additional money coming in. There'll be those extras which we can do, which we currently can't afford.
All power to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor, sorry, Councillor Gillen.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm, so the proposed $200 levy will only be for those that have vessels that are berthed or moored at official berthing places, not for those that have boats that they take home on the trailer. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So the levy doesn't apply to anything that's sitting out of water. and really administratively, because there is no no boat registration system, it's a bit tricky to otherwise apply it to individual vessels. So we would propose to apply it to the moorings or berthings, and then that the structure owner would pass on the cost to the vessel.
Okay, and how are we going to be, or could you take us through how all of this is going to be enforced? Not just the fee, but the
Sorry.
actual, all of the, everything that you're proposing here, how's it actually going to be enforced?
Essentially similarly to what we currently do, so we have inspectors who work across the region, so we've got a proactive compliance program where we're going out, inspecting vessel hulls, checking to see whether there are pests on them. In the first instance, we're always working to try to get people on board in a positive, voluntary way, so explaining to them the issue, what they can do, how they can comply. But we do have the ability under the Biosecurity Act to give them a notice of direction, where we're essentially saying you're not allowed to move your vessel until you've done this cleaning, or you can only move it directly to a cleaning facility. And then there are mechanisms to cost recover or to prosecute if needed. But we're, generally speaking, we won't get to that point, very able to work with people to make sure that they get through to compliance.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Just a couple of cues on the levy. So seeing we're spending, what was it, something like 500k per annum around this area. So can I just check with that $200 levy, was that set at cost recovery levels, or what's the magic with 200?
Yeah, there's extensive magic behind that number. So we've worked with central government on their analysis of what is fair and reasonable. There are a number of considerations under the Biosecurity Act about what you can take into account to get to that point. And so it's designed to both offset what is considered to be a fair proportion of the cost to be allocated to the exacerbators, as they're termed under the Act, so the people who are making the pest issue worse by spreading it. So we think about how much they should bear versus the regional community who are the beneficiaries, where we're paying all the ratepayer also as beneficiaries. So that sort of relativity alongside with what is reasonable, achievable, practical, all of those considerations.
So that's really interesting, thank you. Just a couple of follow-ups. So firstly, have you discussed this with the harbour master as part of that sort of workaround? Because they had some really good ideas around berthing fees and the significant disparities we have in the harbour around that. So did they have anything to input in there?
Yes, I can't tell you off the top of my head exactly what they've said, but we're 100%, we've engaged extensively over several years with a wide range of stakeholders in this marine space.
Thank you. Just one final one. $200 a year levy, looks like it's a flat fee. Were options looked at for differentiating between recreational vessels and commercial operators?
I would have to go back to the team and check in on that, but I know there's been a lot of consideration about how we do treat commercial versus recreational fleets. One thing I would note is that we typically see the commercial fleet as being a lower risk. So sure. Whilst they're making money out of their activities, they're actually a lower risk on average than the recreational sector.
That's really interesting. Thank you so much for that. And I won't speak later, but just my sort of 20-second input into it is this is great work, and thanks for that. I'm just super keen to set things at cost recovery so that we're not taking on the burden. It's being shared fairly across people that are using the harbour. So thank you for all your work in that. Excellent. Thanks, Jeff.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. Member Wilson. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you for the presentation. I acknowledge absolutely, you've said in the MIS Māori Impact Statement that it's an issue of significance to mana whenua. So in terms of the consultation that you've had around the CVP specifically, because this is the proposal, can you just outline to me what that looks like in terms of your consultation with mana whenua around the CVP proposal?
So this has been quite a lengthy process. So we did a most in-depth engagement on the issue some time ago, where we've done some quite substantive workshopping on it. We've then been coming back very regularly, so we have the operational forum that our team attend on a monthly basis, and we're regularly providing just a touch point update to that forum to say, look, this is where the issue's at. We also have worked through the engagement with the Kalepa business case with the Paurahui iwi, so it was something that was discussed through that process, and that business case agreed to support the plan through there. So we've had a number of touch points over quite a long period of time.
So just to continue on, so touch points, that was between 2017, 2019, and then are you reliant solely on the interim mana whenua forum? That I'm not sure what that forum is. So what's the most recent, for instance, as it relates to the CVP, not specifically dealing with other marine type matters? So I'm just looking for what consultation you have had that relates to the CVP.
I think that would be a fair statement. I think that would be a fair statement. And I think there's an opportunity if there's been a lot of uncertainty around this project because of the involvement with the dependency on the minister and central government. So we've sort of come and gone in terms of are we going, are we stopping? And I think, if we do get the go-ahead from the minister, then it would be really important that we do some additional in-depth engagement through more formal iwi structures.
So there is an undertaking once this has approval that you will be starting some consultation as it relates to the CVP. Is that correct?
I think what I would say is that the engagement that was done previously through what was called at the time an interregional plan, but it was the same. It's had several names, but it's the same thing. So I would say that we were undertaking that formal engagement right at the beginning of this process. It's just been a very protracted process.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would be the case because there's no understanding or knowledge from the partai round between 2017 and 2019 that you don't know, that actually the conversations that you had there forms the basis of feedback on the CVP. So I guess I'm trying to ensure that there is some means by which it relates specifically to the CVP that you're proposing here, because that's the feedback that you're wanting, and not relying on something that's happened. Is that something that would need to be considered so it can be included? That's long-winded partai.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think we're only a part way through the process of that conversation, and we absolutely will be looking at a more in-depth engagement on the CVP specifically. It's also, it's tightly related to our other marine activity, and so we take all of that engagement and feed it into that process. So it's just a point in time and a longer engagement, and we absolutely will be continuing to have that conversation on the CVP as it goes forward.
Thank you. So just to make the differentiation, it's not the ongoing conversation, it's the start of the conversation, because we don't know who was involved in the 2017-2019 consultation that you did have of that time. So it is the start of the conversation as it relates to the CVP is what I'm really clearly pushing for. So I'm taking that as a yes, that will occur, the start of the conversation.
Absolutely going forward,
and that
100%.
it is a mana whenua forum that is actually acknowledged and able to do those sorts of things, because you've got interim, but I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
And then lastly, if I can, what measures or support would you have for mana whenua-led initiatives that actually cut across regional boundaries? So is there some consideration in terms of those types of things that's intended to be included alongside the consultation?
Yes, 100%. I think one of the advantages of this being a national plan is that it can provide us the ability to work not at those sort of regional boundaries that we otherwise see. Our Biosecurity Act powers are constrained within those regional boundaries, so this is 100% a benefit of that approach. And there is funding baked into the costing model, which would allow us to have additional capacity to work with mana whenua and support iwi initiatives across the management area.
Thank you. I look forward to that consultation and that it is with the appropriate mana whenua forum. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Member Wilson. Councillor Patterson-Hamlin.
Kia ora. Thanks for this. I have one kind of outstanding thing that I don't quite follow from the report that I wonder if you could help me out with. Sea legs, I think they're called. The wheelie, boaty, uppy, amphibious vehicles, there we go, as they're also known. Where do they fit into it? Because there's quite a few mentions throughout the report of associated gear. Are they that, or for the purposes of this plan, are they the hull as well? Because I know that Doc have, some experiences where those aren't treated as hull by owners, and that's caused some issues coming up onto islands like, Tiriti or Aotea. So, yeah, where do sea legs fit into it? Or amphibious vehicles, sorry. No, other brands are available, I'm sure.
I defer to Sam, who's got the boaty knowledge.
Kia ora. So in terms of sea leg vessels, because they're generally stored on land and not at a facility, so not in a marina or on a mooring, they would be exempt from this particular requirement.
It seems like a problem, isn't it?
Sorry, I'm hearing impaired and I'm actually just struggling to hear the question and Sam's response. So just give me a moment while I do a DEI moment and I will be back with you.
So she's just saying that would be a problematic sea legs boats, so they're boats that have little wheels on them, they come out of the water, they go up on land, and they would be exempt from it because they're not stored in a marina.
They're going to be staying on the land for some long period of time, right? Yeah, cool. So I think from my understanding of the question, with apologies, you were talking about vessels which are going to be on the land for some period of time, correct? Correct?
Now we're stretching my knowledge of amphibious vehicles. I believe that they are mostly the form that come off trailers and such, but I think there are also some that are moored in docks and things. I'm looking around for anyone who understands boats better than I do, which is probably everybody.
So I think the germane thing is that there's two things happening. One is around who we're applying the levy to, and the other is who the rule obligations apply to. So the levy will be recovered through any moorings or berths, and so that's going to apply only to vessels which have one of them. And then in terms of the compliance with the rule, so no vessel can move with a fouled hull in the water. But if a vessel is coming out of the water for any period of time and staying on land, then the chances are that marine species that are attaching to it will probably be dying anyway. And so those vessels that are stored on land typically don't have the level of hull fouling that you would see on vessels which are sitting in the water for any prolonged period of time. But if they do, for whatever reason, have fouling on them, well, then they're still unable to move with that fouling on them at any point in time. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Councillor Wiriata.
Yeah, just with respect to moored boats and my quest for equity across everything with council, it does seem like moored boats are fairly disadvantaged in respect to the levy, and I appreciate the explanation, but there are a lot of boats that do hold ballast water that might not be emptied out. Some recreational boat owners might like to travel around the country with different lakes that are either saltwater or freshwater, just because they do enjoy the practice. So while boats aren't themselves registered, their trailers are, and I wonder if there has been a thought of applying a levy to the boat trailers, because not all trailers are created equal, and it is one way through the requirement of registering a boat that takes a lot of the weight off those that are moored boats, where even kayak owners have a responsibility for keeping their their vessels clean and clear, because they do also get into a lot of waterways, and it's the small waterways that we need to protect as well as the large ones in terms of that distribution. I'm not saying that we should offer a levy to kayak owners. However, if it could be considered as an extra $20 to $30 per boat trailer, it doesn't seem like the worst a request for being a responsible boat owner across all boaties, because there are far more recreational boats than moored boats, so it could provide another option for greater partnership across all boaties as opposed to just those moored ones. Thank you.
And can I just say to that there's a parallel conversation happening nationally about how we do manage biosecurity better in the freshwater spaces, and so you're absolutely correct that boat trailers and boats that go on trailers can be a significant risk, actually often more for freshwater pests moving between lakes or rivers than for saltwater pests. And typically, you know, if you're moving a vessel between saltwater and freshwater, things don't usually live in both of those, and so that's kind of they're cancelling each other out in those situations. But yes, there are lots of conversations nationally about whether it would be possible to levy on trailers, or whether there are other more efficient ways of managing that kind of cost and responsibility in the freshwater boating environment. But it's less of a match to the risk profile in the marine environment.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Lee.
Well, it's really a comment. Maybe I should wait.
Yeah, you can be the first up if you'd like. I'll just make sure there's no other questions. Nope. Cool. Thank you both. Just get your step back in. Also, officers are available for questions or clarification that might come up later. This is a long process. It has been a long process, but got it. Thank you. Oh, if you just want to switch off the mic, please, Sam. Thanks. And we'll switch on the other mic. Councillor Lee, would you?
Just a brief comment. I know my colleague is well-meaning, but I think the suggestion of levying another charge, tax or whatever on another section of the Auckland public is something that we should be very careful about. The council taking money off you is not going to guarantee good biosecurity, to be honest with you, and it's likely to be quite unpopular. So the idea should be considered with some caution. People are being squeezed enough already, and targeting somebody's trailer as a reason for biosecurity, I think one should be careful about that, in my view. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Are there any other comments to the item? Oh, yes, Mayor Brown.
I support this, and I'm probably one of the people who'll be paying the $200, and I support anything that cleans up the harbour as well. I'm involved with sea cleaners, but what it does show is that we are, on the good side of this, we are running short of places to pull boats out and clean them. And so I just want to put that in the background. The next thing we have coming up is that we can't clean them because we've managed to, Ariki Council, local board managed to get rid of the good place to clean boats there, which is for nothing, just so they can park cars. And we've got, there's a building opportunity out of Hobsonville for us to sell some land to someone who will build a boat extraction. Those boat carriers are bloody expensive, so you can't expect people to buy the gear to do that if we don't give them some bit of land on which to work. So this is a good thing, but it will come back. We are, as a city, a harbour city with thousands of people who own boats, short of places for them to be cleaned. And so I just want to put that in the back of our minds. This is going to pop up somewhere else under planning rules at some stage where someone says, no, we should just use Ariki Basin for parking cars for having cups of coffee. which doesn't strike me as particularly clever, but then again, who knows?
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Turner, sorry.
Thank you. I think the mayor touched on that for me. I just was listening to this and kept remembering the debate we had last term where we shut down one of our hard stands. Am I correct?
We're in debate, Councillor Turner, but
Yes, you're correct.
we the local board. The discussion at that point was its local board delegation. There was no debate at this table to open or close a hard stand. There was no decision here.
Thank you.
Right. Any other comments? Great. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Thank you. Right, we'll move on to I think we can probably do the next one at least before lunch. I think we have Tanya, kia ora, and Ben. Cool. Yeah, if you just want to introduce this one, and I also have, I'll move, and Deputy Chair will second. Just, I think the names that came back to me were Councillor Gillen, Councillor Patterson Hamlin, Councillor Winiata, Councillor Ferry, Councillor Baker were the ones who emailed me back.
Excuse Mr. Chair, is this for the sorry, I missed that. What's this one for? Oh, I did send you a text on this.
Oh, okay.
on the messages at the beginning of the meeting.
Oh, in the meeting chat? Sorry, I don't always see that. All good. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Yes, we're just here to talk about the re-establishment of the Waste Political Advisory Group and whether the committee want to support that. So this is a group that's been in place since about 2012, and it's been really useful to advise staff on the development and the implementation of the waste plan. We have recommended a range of councillors and local board members that are representative of different geographical areas of the city and different communities, and a member of Hukura to be part of that Waste Political Advisory Group. It meets quarterly or as required, and it is really useful as a sounding board on issues, but it is not a decision-making body. All decisions come back to this committee, of course. The Waste Political Advisory Group just provides an opportunity to make sure that our advice is really robust to the committee, or the materials presented to that group come back to the committee. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Right. Are there any questions at this stage? Member Wilson.
Thank you. This seems like a really good short item. Hey, look, what I'm wanting to understand is the value add, as you say, and also wanting to understand how you're capturing, your intention in capturing the mana whenua advice or engagement that you're having with them. It's not clear on the paper in terms of the MIS.
Yeah, so the intention of the group is to ensure that our advice to committee is really robust, and sometimes we talk about the input that we've received from mana whenua on various proposals and what we've heard from the public or from local boards to enable that we have a good discussion on various viewpoints and that the advice coming to the committee is wholesome. So when we run through some very time-pressured projects sometimes, the group is really useful where we don't have a lot of time to respond to submissions, for example, from central government. The group provides us with a forum to be able to ensure that we are capturing all of the views. We work in that short amount of time to collect the views of mana whenua, collect the views of local boards, talk them through at the Waste Political Advisory Group. inform any decision on that submission through the committee. So it is that sounding board to help us in our processes, make sure our processes and our engagement is robust, any gaps and opportunities in our implementation as well. So it is a good testing opportunity.
So it is clearly important that the mana whenua engagement that you're looking to do, other than relying on haukura being in the politicals. So in terms of what that looks like, that was my second partai, what does that look like in terms of ensuring you have the widest group of mana whenua representing the views of mana whenua in lieu of there being any other, and also mātāwaka, how are you doing that?
So when we work through projects, we reach out to those groups for their input as relevant to those projects. So for our waste plan, we ensured that we reached out to mātāwaka groups working in that waste area in particular, also mana whenua, all mana whenua. We wrote to each iwi to invite engagement, and we went through the operational forums to seek input and reached out to the Tamaki Makaurau Mana Whenua Forum to see if they were interested in those conversations. So for each particular project, we reach out in an appropriate way, and then we bring the results of that outreach to the Waste Political Advisory Group if it's an agenda item. Does that answer the question?
It does and it doesn't. We need not get into the detail, but some of those forums, exceptionally one, doesn't exist anymore. I guess I do have some concerns in how informing, which is why the options you put there. How are you ensuring that you have the voices of mana whenua as it relates to Waste Political Advisory Group to say that in fact they have been, because it's not well represented in the MIS?
Kia ora, thanks for that. Just to clarify further that we do work with Ngā Mātarai and our own Māori Outcomes Lead to make sure that we are engaging and reaching out to the appropriate iwi groups as we work through our work program.
Yeah, because there's some big statements being made there about values, reflecting Māori values, but there is some deficiency in you being able to say how you are able to represent Māori values if you're reaching out to Ngā Mātarai. In terms of what we're trying to decide here, it needs to be some robustness around the fact you are capturing that for it to be assessed by the Political Advisory Group. So I guess that's at the nature of my partai. I am not seeing that is, but it's based on project, individual separate projects, not specifically a project that relates to this plan. Not sure how to progress that very well in the sense that it doesn't appear to have been done at this stage, but I would like some certainty before we talk about the composition.
Kia ora. I think, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouths, but it's my understanding, or as I know there's a lot of good work done every time we have a plan review or also projects, but would my understanding be that anything that came to the panel, that we would have either previous views on that issue, EU group by EU group, or if it was at a level of a new plan or an updated plan, that you would have gone to each individual chair first. I think, and I won't speak for Member Wilson, but I think the concern is that the makeup of the group is not going to necessarily represent mana whenua views. So how can we be sure that when it moves from the group to a workshop to a committee that we've already got those voices into the plan or the project or the change proposed? Is that the kind of...
Yes, it is. It has full representation if you, depending on what your option is, through the chair of adequate through local board, similarly through council, but not so much in terms of haukura, who actually aren't the representatives of mana whenua. Hence the concern I would have around what are you doing pre-getting there, because haukura has a different function, as you're well aware, than what mana whenua has. So that's why it's really important that there's robustness around who it is that you're engaging with before it comes to whatever the option is that we decide on. So I don't know what work needs to be done, but clearly if it's not done at the front end, so to speak, then it needs to be done at the front end before it comes to the Waste Political Advisory Group.
Through the chair, if I could just thank you for your comment, Member Wilson. I think it's really relevant. I might just ask Tanya and the team after this to talk with Caleb or somebody else and maybe plan out the way in which these are going to work and just make sure that from Hokura's perspective, we're getting the right kind of representation and therefore information and advice feeding into the work of both this political reference group but also the committee ultimately, if that's okay with you.
Thank you, Megan. That would be appreciated.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Philippa. All good. Councillor Gillen.
Thank you. Just a question about why you're recommending the involvement of local boards in this advisory group when it's very clearly a regional topic, and the justification seems to be in the report that it's to ensure geographic spread, but we can achieve that through councillors. So is there and I know it was done last term, but apart from that, what's the reasoning there, please?
It is just to get a bit more in-depth insight into the local communities that may be affected. So, for example, Aotea and Waiheke communities may have very different local concerns than other mainland communities. So getting more voices at that table just helps us ensure that we're getting those local board views appropriately reflected when we go through also to the committee for a decision. Okay,
my second question is how will this be reported back to this committee, what's been discussed in the recommendations of the advisory group, and will the advisory group meetings be open, will there be agenda, and will there be minutes? Thank you.
Kia ora, the advisory group is not open to the public, but all elected members are able to attend, of course, and the agenda and the materials put onto the agenda or tabled at the meeting are included in a report back to the committee.
Sorry, all elected members are able to attend, or all councillors are able to attend?
Good question. I'll just double check, or Sandra might double check.
I'm just looking at the terms of reference.
I don't think we've ever stopped a local board member attending, although the room might have an issue if all 170 do, 152 do, sorry.
Yeah, the terms of reference does actually say all elected members who are not members have the right to attend and listen. So if we just make sure that that's the case and that's what's adopted, that we do have that in calendars and that, so they're actually aware of it. And just a note while I've got the microphone, there does seem to be an error in the membership where local boards are listed twice. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll definitely send out notes, but we might have to do it based on requesting the link or something. That's what we did last time, where certain local boards wanted to join. There are local board members, but not sure we put it out. I don't know. We'll work out the finer details to ensure that everyone's welcome. Cool. Any other questions? Cool. Just get, I guess, for clarity for Councillor Gillen and for everyone, the minutes and the presentations were always appended to the, and what was discussed in quite a lot of detail sometimes was always appended to the items and this committee's agendas, weren't they? Cool, thank you. And Councillor Baker has said he couldn't do this, but Councillor Philippine has said he's happy to jump in. So. Cool. Perfect. Well, we will let you move back from the table. Cool. there anyone who would like to debate this item? Cool. All those in favour? Any opposed? No, perfect. And we might just try and do item 3 before the break, if that's all right. And then we'll go to lunch after. Cool. Robert and Nicole, kia ora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take my report as read and I'll just make a couple of comments before I take any questions. So this is the twice yearly report for you to decide on priority submissions for the council group for the next 6 months. As noted in the report, the committee is being asked to approve that staff commence a process of preparing submissions on these consultations when they begin, but this decision does not approve the final submission. Staff will follow the normal processes for preparation of the submissions as they arise, and will engage with the appropriate committee for direction and approval of the submission. This time around, there are 4 consultations being recommended as priorities for your approval. Amendments to the Building Act, legislation to introduce the rates capping system, amendments on the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act, and move on orders for disorderly behaviour. I'll just note that the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Bill, the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Improving Alcohol Regulation Amendment Bill, to give it its full name, has already had its first reading, and the submissions are due by the 14th of May. The other bills recommended as priorities have yet to be introduced. We're also asking for the committee to renew the delegation to the Chair and Deputy Chair to allow them to approve submissions as priorities in between committee meetings. This delegation was in place in the last term, and it is helpful when unexpected consultations arise at short notice. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions through the Chair.
Thank you, Robert. And I did ask in the pre-agenda why Haukura weren't on that delegation. And just to clarify, because also Councillor Filipina has asked, that is not to approve any submission or even approve any content. That is, if something pops up in a time we don't have a meeting, Councillor Ferry and I can go, I think you should start preparing this submission, and then it will come. But I am happy for Haukura to be involved in that if they want, but I think it's more of a, we've got 8 days turnaround for this sudden RMA change or something. You know, we have seen that over the last 5 or 6 years where it can happen quickly. So it's really about, we will go, I think you should start preparing and then go through a normal process after that. This is not about myself and Councillor Ferry just approving content or approving direction. It's just about please start the work. Is that my understanding?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair. And my understanding is that Haukura would prefer not to be involved in that decision in every case, but obviously there'd be an expectation, as usual, that we would talk with Haukura, or yourself and Councillor Ferry might talk to Haukura to get views on that. But again, as you say, if there was a contrary view, if Haukura wanted to be part of that delegation, we would have no objection to that.
No, it just looked like a glaring thing to me until I understood what exactly the content it meant. So, kia ora and thank you. I'm happy to move this as seconder. Councillor Filipina's eyebrows got you before your hand, Councillor Ferry. Were there any other questions to... Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Filipina was for the question.
Supplementary to what the Chair says, and supplementary to the Chair, so all it is, and I understand that it was done in the last term, but it's not setting what the content of that submission is going to be. It's just that permission that you get from the Chair and Deputy Chair to say, you go and have a look at a submission, and it's based on the 4 that is in the recommendations that we see in front of us. Am I correct in that?
Yes, thanks for the question, and through the Chair. So the delegation, it's broader than the 4 that are being asked for approval in the resolution. What it means is that for any submission opportunity that comes up where the timeframes don't allow, for the staff to come to the committee and ask for permission to start on the submission, that the chair and the deputy chair can give that permission. But you're right, that doesn't say anything in terms of the content. Once that decision has been made, then the staff who are leading the submission will still then come to the appropriate committee around the content of the submission and to get approval for the submission itself.
And to supplement you, the retrospective submission that comes to the first opportunity for the committee.
No, it wouldn't be a retrospective approval. We don't normally do those. Yeah.
Just through the chair, I think it's a really good point, Councillor. With a slight spelling error, we've just suggested being clear to say to start preparing submissions. So what we're trying to say is we're just starting the work. If it comes out of sequence, ultimately any decision is going to be made through the relevant committee or any other delegation, but it's not that one. Yeah, if that's okay.
Yeah, and to clarify this, and I know it's sort of out of order, but we started doing this process because we have been, and unfortunately our staff, have been completely overwhelmed with change, some of it good, some of it confusing, some of it not supported by us, but from the last government and the current government, the kind of onslaught of extreme amount of change, and we were often missing time frames or having to prepare submissions 3 or 4 days or over a weekend. This lets staff start to bring in our current policies, our current plans, our current positions, what we've submitted on before, and start to build the submission. If there are changes in positions, then they come to the committee, but they start building that to bring to committee as like a first cut or a we think we're aligned. But before, you might remember 3 or 4 years ago, for those who are here, it was like, we want to prepare a submission by next Monday, and we just weren't able to. It's a huge amount of work that actually goes into preparing these submissions, technical, getting mana whenua and local board views and so on. So although we don't know the contents of even these, we will start building in current positions, etc. Councillor Gillan.
Well, thank you. Under the delegation, how will we be informed of where there's been a decision not to proceed with a submission? Just so we're not sitting around waiting for this to come up and actually to find that, oh no, last week it was decided that the council wasn't going to do a submission on it.
Thank you for the question. That's something we'll have to take away. We don't currently have a process for doing that, but definitely we could look at including that in the process. So normally, in terms of the approval process, it's via email to the chair and the deputy, but certainly, we can have a look at how we would then communicate what that decision is to the committee more broadly.
And then the other one was that you've got on the watching brief the national instruments for planning and natural environment bills. I would have thought that was quite an important one to have as a priority. So can you just explain why that's on watching brief?
It's on a watching brief because of the time frames when those are expected to arrive fall outside the time frame that we're looking at here, or it's uncertain. So that's normally where they're a watching brief. So we're acknowledging that, yes, it is likely to be of importance, but normally there's either there's not enough information, which isn't the case here, or they're expected not to fall within this time frame when the consultation will commence.
It's unlikely to be this year, I think. But Deputy Mayor.
Well, thanks, Chair. Look, my question's actually to the Mayor. Good. And it's re B, and I understand, look, I absolutely understand where you're coming from, Chair, around giving it approval. But we've just signed a regional deal last Friday. That means that we shouldn't have any unexpected consultations, because we are now going to work all nicely together and get lots of notice. So arguably, my question to the Mayor is, do we need B, Your Worship?
It's a very cute
I
patsy.
think we should add a C that if in the event of unexpected consultations, we should refer the government back to the city deal. Now, in the likely event of unexpected consultations, C, in fact, it's worth doing. We should have C there, and we should refer the government back to the Auckland City deal. So rather than having a submission, we're just saying, well, hang on, mate, you haven't told us about this. And so particularly anything which doesn't allow time to come to one of the council's relevant committees or the governing body is clearly ultra vires the city deal. So I think the Deputy Mayor raises a very good point there. We shouldn't be put in these positions. Even in a grown-up society, that should never occur anyhow. But so I would ask with permission of the mover and the seconder to add C, which is in the event of unexpected consultations due to changing government priorities, that they are referred back, the government is referred back to the Auckland City deal.
Okay, I think we could do a B. Note there should not be any unexpected consultations.
Correct. But in the unlikely event, highly unlikely.
But if there are, all government ministries.
Sorry, Chair. It's just that I understand you've done this well in advance, and I get that. But that's one of the biggest things that last Friday was all about, is so that this actually didn't happen.
Yes, I remember the Local Government Amendment Act that we never got spoken about. We'll work it out. We understand the flavour. The poor officers here trying to figure it out. But I think, it's a noting basically to say that B should not really happen anyway. Under the new found love fest we have joined in. I don't think they submit on anything we do. Well, they might. Right, sorry, Councillor Bart.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification on which committees, because from my reading of it, 1, 3 and 4 would come to Regulatory and Safety Committee. Is that right? And we have a committee on the 30th of April. So would it be coming there for approval of the content?
In terms of so the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act may well be coming to that committee. I'm not sure what committee date it's currently planned for. They're in the early processes of developing that submission. The others haven't been introduced yet, so they won't be coming to that committee meeting. If that's the relevant committee, then that's the committee they should be coming to. Yep. So to make it clear, they don't all come back to this committee. They do go to the relevant subject matter committee to be approved.
Thank you.
There are no more questions? We'll work on it, because normally additions should be sent through, Deputy Mayor. But
the deal didn't exist until 4 days ago.
Yeah, I meant like 9 a.m. Right. I'll just get you both to step back. I think we've got. Thank you. Cool. So I think it's going to say C, note that there should not be any unexpected consultations as per the Auckland deal signed with the central government. Is that fine?
That should be B.
Well, we still have, there are things that pop up, maybe we'll agree that it's popped up, but we don't, but it's still unexpected. I don't know. Maybe we've asked them to change something. And it's happened very quickly. Okay. Yeah. We can make it in purple if you would like. Right. Are there anyone else who'd like to speak to this? Right. All those in favour?
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, perfect. Right. We have. We'll be back at 1:15. So there's a 45-minute lunch break that everyone can go get their lunch. Thank you. 1:15. up for a plan change paper is, but we have Celia and Ewan online as well. Celia, would you like to lead off?
Yeah, good afternoon. Ewan is online. He's the person who prepared the report, but I'm just going to present it. It's about approving and making operative private plan change 114 to the Auckland Unitary Plan. It was a private plan change to rezone a split zoning on a piece of land at 36A Eaglehurst Road. The zoning was to change it from light industry to residential mixed housing suburban. There were no appeals the decision went through and there were no appeals on it, and now it can be approved. So I don't know if there's any questions on that.
And I'm happy to move if I've got a seconder. Deputy Mayor second. Are there any questions? Oh, Councillor Gillen, sorry.
Thank you. Was this an error in the original unitary plan? Because it's not common for us to have split zoning across parcels, is it?
Yes, it probably was. It was probably an error, but we couldn't deal with it as an error because it had to change the zoning of the land. So in the end, it had to come through as a private plan change.
So what was it in the original district plan then?
It was mixed housing suburban, so it probably should have been mixed housing suburban, but it ended up becoming light industry. So I think it was an error because it is all one property.
So I'm just not really understanding why we haven't corrected this as part of a general plan change where we fix up various errors and things rather than making the resident or the owner to put through a private plan change.
It was their request, so we could have done it through, we did offer that to them to do it through the unitary plan review, but that is only in a few years' time, and they already have a resource consent to develop the site, and they wanted to get this sorted right now so that they stopped any kind of access across that site into their residential development. So it was their request.
Yeah, but yeah, their request, and I understand that, but it does seem like it was council's fault that this happened in the first place. But anyway, thank you.
Okay.
Good. Thank you. Any other questions? Cool. Thank you very much. All those in favour? Any opposed?
Can I abstain, please?
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Gillen would like to abstain. Thank you. And you'd like that recorded? Yeah. Next item 9.5. Oh, wow. Didn't press the button, Deputy Mayor. We have the independence hearing panel recommendations for 56 Fairview Avenue and 129 and 135 Ōtiha Valley Road, Albany. Got Erin here to present. Kia ora.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and councillors. This is an interesting item in that it is the last remaining appeal from the 2016 decisions on the proposed Auckland Unitary Plan. This site has had a number of court actions and was referred back to the 2016 Independent Hearings Panel to be reheard, and that happened in the second half of last year. And so the Independent Hearings Panel has now issued its recommendation back to Council, which is what you have before you today. Sandra, if I could just pop... by way of context for you all, it's a site in Albany on Ōtiha Valley Road. On the left-hand side, you can see the circle, which gives you some sense of context with the Albany Centre and the stadium and the bus park and ride area. The image on the right is the enlarged site, which is identified as terraced houses and apartment buildings zone and a sliver of mixed use along the front of Ōtiha Valley Road. So the hearings panel essentially looked at whether or not there should be a precinct applied to this site, which was the submitter's submission, whereas the council considered that a height variation control to provide for 22 metres in height in terms of the buildings on this site was more appropriate, and that the underlying zoning of terraced houses and apartment buildings and mixed use in conjunction with the height variation control would adequately manage any development on the site. So the independent hearings panel accepted the council view and have recommended accordingly. So today I have an item for you seeking that you resolve to accept the decision of the independent hearings panel, and what that will do is enable a 4-week appeal period to commence, where the submitter can only appeal to the High Court on matters of law. This is a curious piece of the Local Government Auckland Council Amendment Act 2009, which identified how unitary plan appeals would be treated, which was different to the Resource Management Act process. So today, a resolution to accept will take the next step in this process to resolve the final matter associated with the proposed Auckland unitary plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any, a mover? I'm happy to move. Second? Yes. Councillor Henderson. Right, do we have any questions? No questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions. I mean, this has been going for the best part of a decade, longer in fact. First one, that you mentioned just submitter, Erin. So Northeastern Investment Limited, I thought they were a party to proceedings earlier on in the piece. Have they just dropped out then, have they?
No, they were the original submitter, and they have been part of all of the proceedings. Is that not clear in my report?
Oh, yeah, it just refers to the Neil, like the Neil site.
Sorry, that's not to be mixed up with the Neil Group, who are a property development company. That NEIL in capital stands for Northeastern Investments Limited.
Okay.
So
okay.
My apologies about that.
Inherited land. Okay, I was taking it. Okay. Okay. So just as far as this notion of the precinct goes, I've read the hearing panel report, and a number of points here. The panel says they weren't opposed per se to a precinct over the site, and they mention, the site's characteristics, proximity to metropolitan zone, northern busway, walkable catchment, and the fact it's a big greenfield site. When I read through, it was a little hard to understand why it wasn't supported in terms of the willingness to do like a comprehensive master plan. So there seemed to be contradictory statements saying that A, that there wasn't one, that it had been withdrawn, and then secondly, that it wouldn't work. So what were the key elements that really focused the opposition to it, or the decision to not pursue the precinct? What were the key elements that really saw it being discounted in the way it was?
Through the chair, essentially the submitter was seeking a variety of heights across the site, and that is best managed through something like a precinct. And you'll recall that our precincts in the unitary plan provide resource management provisions that deliver for unique circumstances that can't be managed by the zone. So the nature of the development that they were seeking a precinct for was not supported by our council witnesses, because their view was that the zoning as it is, being terraced houses and apartment buildings and mixed use plus a height variation control, could manage everything about the development that we understood that they are aspiring to undertake. Does that help?
Yes. So so we're in a situation now where they're recommending like 22 metres, which essentially is what, 6 to 7 stories.
Yes.
And that
Yes.
that goes right across the whole site. Then that zoning.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So I know we had a number of expert witnesses that talked about, you know, the amenity and the overall aesthetic. And again, I come back to this notion of how conceivably a master plan use of the area might have resulted in a better amenity or outcome. As you see in some of these big developments where you have a, you know, big, maybe 7, 8 story apartment building and then townhouses and it's all work. So as opposed to say 6 or 7 stories across the whole site, you know, a bit like an iron curtain. Was it Ms. Skidmore and Mr. Scott were the kind of the key expert witnesses there?
Yes, they were.
Yeah, could you just refresh very quickly, please, what they said about, you know, their recommendations as a consequence of that kind of comparison?
Yeah, so from a planning perspective, Mr. Scott took the view that the provisions of the zone were adequate to manage the development. There's nothing curious and unique about the site. He was particularly concerned about the development and its relationship to the stream that is on site, and so he presented evidence on that matter. And Miss Skidmore, who is a landscape architect, was provided her opinion about the development, given that the site is raised from the road. So the road is here and the site is up here. And so the different heights that the applicant or the submitter was seeking weren't necessarily going to achieve a gradation in her mind.
Just final question, thanks, Mr. Chair. In terms of the Neil group, then their ability to appeal as a consequence of this is pretty limited now. If this recommendation goes through, other than point of law, is it?
Yeah, that's correct. That's a High Court proceeding that they have available to them if they consider that there is a point of law that is not being correctly managed.
And in terms of the council changing its kind of bar, so to speak, of the 22 metres going up a bit, is there any sense from the submitter as to whether that's, you know, that's sort of like a halfway house, or they remain pretty staunch the whole way through?
I'm not sure that I can answer that. We've had no correspondence from the NEIL group since the recommendation was made public.
Thanks. Thanks, Councillor. Thanks, Aaron. Are there other... Oh, Councillor Filipaina.
Through the chair, this is the last appeal, and it is nearly in a place where it can be resolved. We have to await the next 4 weeks, which is the appeal period that the submitter has available to them. Following that, if there is no appeal, we will bring a further report back to this committee seeking approval to make this set of provisions operative. So this is not quite the last gasp. Through the chair, I don't want to say anything in case I jinx this.
Thank you. I don't
Thank you.
think there are any more questions, so I'll just get you to step back here. Thank you. Huge amount of work done again. So thank you. Is there anyone who would like to debate this? Councillor Filipaina, I'm not sure your mic is working properly if you want to lean into Councillor Ferry's. You do have a soft... It's like a Barry White type voice, isn't it?
A period where looking at the
Oh, sorry, Councillor Filipaina. I just will get you to use Councillor Ferry's. They're saying online that they can't hear you at all. So. Thank you.
Is this better?
That's perfect.
Okay, so look, oh no, I don't want to be in the camera. I don't want to be in the camera. Oh no, just go like this. Yeah, okay, I'll do this. Here we go. Yeah, they can see you now. Yeah, look, Chair, 2013, 2016, when this all started with John Dogood, with obviously everybody, with Erin, with Celia, I just want to acknowledge this particular one, as we were told over lunch, that, you know, this is the last of the appeal. And, you know, that document that we have has been part of Auckland Council when that got approved. And it got, and I think the approval rate for what we ended up hearing with the hearings was about 95, 96% with the independent hearings panel. So I want to acknowledge Erin, I want to acknowledge Celia, I want to acknowledge John Dogood, I want to acknowledge the whole team in regards to it. I still have emails from Celia and Erin going back to 2016, just around the issues when we ended up getting it through. So really, I've only taken the opportunity to thank all of the elected members, haukura, and our kaimahi in regards to this, and hopefully it does become operative, because this is the last, as we've been told and Erin indicated. So kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Filipaina, and thank you to your for your leadership too throughout that time. Anyone else commenting to the paper? Right, all those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? Perfect, thank you. Move on to 9 point... Am I at 6? Yes, sorry. Nick. And Celia's coming up too, I think. So this is on making operative, once again, end of a long process, through appeals as well. Plan change 79. Kia ora.
And kia ora koutou, and thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. As you said, it's been a number of years in the making, this particular plan change. This was, I suppose, a companion plan change to what was previously plan change 78 back in 2022. So we're almost 4 years now in terms of this plan change having been notified. So I suppose the whole driver behind this particular plan change was obviously in response to the intensification that was sought to be enabled under plan change 78. So in terms of the issues that this particular plan change and sought to address, so it was essentially two sets of issues. So the first set of issues was in response to the requirement from the government to remove car park minimums from the plan. So as a result of that, you ended up with a number of developments which only provided pedestrian access, but that pedestrian access in terms of width and gradient was often inadequate, I suppose, for those who needed wider footpaths because of things like disabilities, but also for emergency responders, such as fire and emergency. So I suppose in terms of Plan Change 79, it was seeking to address what was essentially a gap or a deficiency in the energy plan in relation to particularly where access into these developments was primarily dependent on pedestrian access. So kind of strengthening those provisions in the plan. And there was also a drive to address climate change in relation to strengthening in provisions in relation to electric vehicle charging and also bikes as well in terms of accessibility and being able to park bikes in appropriate locations on site as part of intensive residential developments as well. And then you had, as I've just covered, the second set of issues, which was again in terms of a response to the intensification and ensuring that we were providing safe, efficient and convenient pedestrian access, particularly where that was the primary form of access onto residential developments. So I suppose in the actual title of the plan change, although it refers to transport provisions, you can see from that list there that it's quite extensive in terms of the, I suppose, a range of provisions that it sought to address. So, for example, you've got accessible parking. So under the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, Council in the plan is still able to provide for accessible parking. So there was a need to strengthen the accessible parking provisions in the plan in response to residential intensification. There was also a need to ensure that loading spaces were provided on site for sites particularly where they adjoin arterial roads, which are, I suppose, the most busiest roads, to ensure that there was safe loading on properties. And then, as mentioned, you had the bicycle parking, EV charging. You also had heavy vehicle access being addressed, particularly for waste management trucks, and to ensure that those trucks, I suppose, and there was insufficient on-site turn and for waste collection trucks. And it was, again, a pedestrian safety issue to ensure those trucks didn't reverse too far into the site, that there was adequate on-site turning. And then also in terms of pedestrian access, addressing things like the lighting, the width, the gradient, and that was just to ensure that, I suppose, the full range of users of those pedestrian and paths was enabled, and particularly those with disabilities in residential developments as well as emergency responders as well. And then finally, you had speed management measures, and where a driveway was a certain length over 30 metres, there was a need to provide for speed management and measures to ensure that the speed of vehicles going down driveways was reduced, again related to pedestrian safety and things like speed bumps and being implemented on driveways of a certain length. And then finally, trip generation, which was in relation to large-scale residential developments, ensuring that and the number of vehicle movements were kind of subject to a bit of and closer scrutiny in terms of integrated transport assessments, given that those developments tend to have the most substantive impact on the surrounding road network. And so this is the final slide, just to essentially state that when we had the hearing at the end of 2023, essentially the recommendations from Council were accepted almost in their entirety, and that was in large thanks to the number of experts Council had at the hearing in response to submitters. So I think that certainly strengthened Council's case in terms of getting our recommendations accepted. We had 7 appeals to the decision. Those appeals were primarily focused on the pedestrian access requirements. So for a certain number of dwellings initially, in 4 or more dwellings, there was a need to provide for a grade separated pedestrian access way, which was at least 1.4 metres in width, and once you got above 20 or more dwellings, that increased to 1.8. where it was just a pedestrian path being provided without a vehicle access, the requirement was for a minimum 1.8 metre wide pedestrian access. And in the 1.8 metre width was a large focus on that was ensuring, and not just people with disabilities, but also emergency responders had sufficient width to actually get onto the site, given that that was the only access, and get a ladder up against a house. So I suppose we were quite fortunate throughout the process. We had the support of Fire and Emergency New Zealand, who made a very strong submission on the plan change, and through expert conference, and I suppose we achieved, from their perspective, the optimal outcome in terms of those sites which are pedestrian only, and that's reflected in the consent order provisions. Essentially, that was a bottom line for both council and Fire and Emergency, that we didn't lose that through the appeals. And I think what we've ended up with is a set of provisions which still provide for pedestrian access for those developments which, so the threshold of 4 or more got slightly increased to 6 or more in terms of the requirement for a grade separated pedestrian access where it adjoins a vehicle access or a driveway, and then again, and for 20 or more that increases to 1.8. So the key thing is those provisions were retained. I suppose the only change was given developers a bit more flexibility for those developments, and in my area of Avondale, or across Auckland, you've all seen those developments where you essentially have a row of terrace houses with a driveway, and often they'll have garages on the ground, at ground level. And it was acknowledged that in those instances you'd essentially have the pedestrian access alongside the driveway, but you'd still have cars turning in and out, so there was a need to ensure that the provision still enabled a certain degree of flexibility to acknowledge in that situation.
Good. Thanks very much, Nick. There's obviously been a lot of work behind this, so there may be questions and clarifications here, or Nick or Celia are happy to meet with you to discuss more how it works in practice, which is not every development, but it is used through some of those processes. Do we have any questions? Yeah. Mayor Brown.
Thanks for that. I read this, and I couldn't quite say whether or not they aren't going to have any parking, or they are going to have any parking now. I mean, you debated it, and you laid out all the problems, and you said that we've solved them, but I'm not quite sure. Did the solution, we're going to have car parking in there or not, for instance?
And through the chair, that's it was still in the situation that we currently have, essentially under the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, Council and all territorial authorities aren't in the position to provide for minimum on-site parking and provisions. So until the government actually amends the National Policy Statement, that's not something that we can address at this point, and that wasn't, I suppose, the primary focus of Plan Change 79, because obviously we're dependent on the government changing the National Policy Statement to address that.
And I just made to clarify that. So this, we couldn't deal with that, and we know that, I think it was Minister Brown a few weeks ago announced that they wanted to do a review, that they're concerned about what that law says and what those rules say. So this appeal had to be narrower than that. It wasn't about whether or not they could provide parking, because that's set in law. This was some other stuff that was kind of associated with it. So no, it doesn't resolve that issue that a number of people have.
Well, that explains why I didn't understand it, because it doesn't sound, it's not understandable. In the paper today, I see that AT, which is about to become a division of the council again, has appealed a big development out in Avondale because there's no car parking. But if we can't do anything about it, where are we left there? There's two things that were raised out of that, is it?
I guess two things there's conflating there. We didn't, or AT didn't appeal that. They have jumped on to give advice, and we can talk about if that was the right thing to do or not, but they are commenting on the master plan development in support of the appellants. We at AT haven't appealed. On this one, it's very clear that this is the sort of belts and braces approach you put to the planning of developments that don't include car parking. Because in the past, most developments would have a driveway or an access or something, and what this hopes to do is for those who don't supply car parks, there needs to be width and access. Also, for other bigger developments that do provide car parking, this also provides rules and measures and standards to how you would do that. Because most developments are still especially large developments, are still putting in parking, loading, etc. There needed to be ways that we kind of roll it out through a plan change. So this isn't about any specific development. This is about rules that can be picked up for specific types.
What drove this was government policy at the time.
Yes, but
is that still government policy?
Yeah, it is. So this is us. This was us giving effect to what we had to do, and then because that was done, changed our plan. Then there was the opportunity to appeal, and so there were 5 or 6 something, a few appellants, and so we've been working these issues through that Nick has raised for the last few months, but it's narrower than the actual issue that many people have, which is there's not enough or there's too many car parks on the street, because that's still in law.
Well, no wonder I didn't understand it. And some of these sound like brilliant ideas of someone who's had a headache. Compulsory parking for delivery vans, it just ends up being communally contested car parks. Where did we end up with that? What did we end up with? You listed the problems, but didn't quite get the solutions clearly.
So essentially where we ended up with, and this was part of the appeals in terms of agreement, was essentially for residential developments which adjoin an arterial road, so the most busiest roads in Auckland, there are requirements for loading spaces, so it's acknowledging for those most busiest roads, we do need to provide for off-street loading spaces, so that was one of the outcomes that was agreed and through the appeal process.
Everybody's bloody car park. It strikes me as a case here where some ideologues have dumped something on us which has cost us a lot in planning times and money and experts. This is sort of stuff that we've got a city deal for now. So if anything more comes up like this, we can say, well, hang on, you're not allowed to implement stuff like that until you agree it with a city deal, because this came out of the Ministry of Environment, if I recall. And so...
and we have a position from Joe's direction last term, and the government have said they're reviewing this. We don't know how long it will take, but in the meantime, anything that will be applied to our plans in the future will change this again. But right now, we're working under the current laws, and it's important that we have access for pedestrians, people with access issues or disabilities, and emergency services can access round buildings, whether there's a driveway or a walkway or not. So that is what this is doing, because we need to apply things to the current consenting processes that are happening.
Okay, so having done all that, the next lot of developments will still be asking questions about whether we do those things, whether we do have vehicle access or not. And that's what's in the paper today about the appeal today. So this is a whole lot of stuff about something that hasn't really solved the main problem, really. So are we going to have, I take it the Ministry of the Environment will at some stage or other have to realise that they may or may not have got this right, and something more will happen. We just passed a thing giving us 4 things which we put submissions into, but if the Ministry of the Environment want to suddenly wake up to the fact that some of these are not the most realistic things I've ever heard, I think we should put a submission on that as well. So can we add one? Or are you not prevented? From doing that.
Mayor, this is the end of a 4-year process through appeals. So this has nothing to do with our submissions to government at all. But government have already said that they're reviewing these rules, and they may change them or may campaign on them in the election or whatever. But at the moment, we are just making this operative. The only choice we have, as we had legal advice before. The only choice we have today is to make this operative.
I get that, but I think that we should make sure that when the Ministry of the Environment do that you do a submission. Don't ask me for permission to do it, just do it.
And we, it's actually on our watch list. When we talked, I think it was Councillor Gillen, somebody asked a question about that in the priority submissions. So where there are changes to the NPSUD, which we know are coming, and through the new Resource Management Act framework, we will contribute to all of that. So, yep, we're on the case.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you. I might just take a supplementary following on from that. This has been, as you say, today is about just compliance with the law, and we will sign these off. But we have had the opportunity over the last 3 years to provide advocacy on this issue, which has been very controversial within this council, and I think the council's been very split on it. Can you advise, leading up to the city deal, was there any advocacy in and around the car parking issue?
Through the chair, I don't recall any conversation that I was in. I don't think there was at a political level either, but I'm not sure.
Because maybe that is something that we do need to have a position on proactively. The Mayor, I support 100% in that opportunity for a review of that, but I know that's not the view of all the councillors. Will you provide an opportunity for clarity around what council's preferred policy position might be?
Thanks. I think that's a really good idea. Maybe if I could work with the chair and the deputy chair after this and give us a sense of, or get a sense of when the timing might be, because there will be changes coming to the NPSUD. We could also check in to see if there's any sense of timing from the minister's announcement or comments that he made a few weeks ago, and we can then organise, make sure that there's either a briefing and an understanding of the issues, and that could then lead to a position that the council can take.
Because it might be helpful for the minister involved to know the position of council in advance.
Thanks, that's a help.
That is not my question, though. My question coming back to the agenda item, and I really thank you, Nick, for this comprehensive work that you've undertaken and the advocacy on those things that you could provide advocacy for. I am asked, though, I've got the privilege of sitting on the disability panel, and there was a sense of some frustration that their views weren't sought on some of these matters. Is there a provision going forward? Because we have a wonderful resource within all of those people in understanding the issues around disability, for being able to use that expert advice?
Yes, through the chair. I would say in response, although I wasn't personally involved in the preparation of the plan change before its notification, there was certainly a lot of work done with in disabled persons groups. So that certainly particularly informed the pedestrian access provisions in terms of the widths. It also certainly informed the accessible parking provisions. And throughout the process, we had Dr. Esther Woodbury, who was our expert on accessible parking, and she herself was the subject of a physical disability. So I think her being able to provide expert evidence as a disabled person was certainly a very powerful piece of evidence, which ensured that the hearings panel took heed of the need to ensure that the needs of disabled persons were adequately addressed through this plan change.
Thank you for that, Nick, but I just would ask that going forward we utilise our disability panel, because they have strongly volunteered their desire to be involved. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Lee.
Before we pile into the government in regard to this matter, I think we should reflect on what was actually in and initiated by this council in the Auckland Unitary Plan in 2013. And I just would like to ask through you, Mr Chair, whether Ms Tyler can confirm that the original approach of removing minimum car parking requirements, especially in the city centre and in the city fringe and other areas, came from a political decision of this council?
I'm sorry, I can't recall, but I can find that out if I've got time during this. Thanks.
It is. I'm surprised at that because it was quite a major step, but certainly that's what happened. So let's be, by all means, let's ask the government to change the national policy statement, but the Auckland Unitary Plan 2013 and its provisions around the removal of minimum car parking was a political decision of this council.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. All I do know is city centre, I'm not sure about the rest, but city centre hasn't required it for decades, long before when I was...
I can prove it, but I stand by my words, and a word to the wise, be careful how you criticise the government on this, because it could come back quite correctly on us and political decisions made around this table for all sorts of well-meaning decisions about cars and car parking.
Councillor Newman. Councillor
Well,
Newman.
Sharon Stewart moved that we remove that, and it was voted down.
Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Chair. Megan, I guess I might wish to speak on this, but my question really is in relation to the forthcoming advice that you anticipate having to provide to us, because part of the debate around parking minimums goes to the transport network itself, and Auckland Transport has been very present in seeking to inform us and to advise us around, for example, parking in town centres, parking around the corridors to ensure the efficiency of those corridors in relation to public transport, etc., etc. So yes, this is about parking minimums, but it's also about the transport network itself. And now that Auckland Transport won't exist, so who will be the holders of the advice from a transport perspective? Is that you, or is there a transport planner that we're going to be employing who's going to be working with you, or how's that going to work?
Thanks. It's a good question. So, look, as the Mayor said, obviously most of the functions of Auckland Transport will come, apart from the public transport functions, back to council, and so certainly a number of Auckland Transport staff will also come to assist to do the work, and there'll be others as well. In terms of the control of the road corridors, you'll know that in the bill it's proposed that the governing body are responsible for the arterials, so the main thorough through routes in the region, and then local boards have roles at the local and collector road areas. So council will have responsibility around how the network works and parking on those roads, that kind of stuff. Some governing body and some local boards. And so there'll be staff that will be able to advise on all of that. Some will be Auckland Council staff, or existing Auckland Council staff, but most of them will be Auckland Transport staff that will be now working for the council.
Can I just have my name on the list to make a comment on this? Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Just take us back to the decision we're making today. So
Yes.
we've basically got two choices, support or support. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yes. Our decision on this item is to make operative, and we've been told the legal advice before. Our only decision is to make operative. Any other questions? Thank you both. I'll just get you to step back from the table. I'm happy to move. Councillor Short, second. Is there anyone who'd like to speak? Oh, Councillor Newman, sorry.
Yeah, look, Chair, I understand the need to make this operative. That's fine. I don't want to take too much time. But it does come back to a policy debate for which there is really, I think it's high noon in relation to parking minimums, because I think that there has been a lot of energy that's been put up at a policy level and at a advocacy level within the local government sector. And I think that there was significant, in my view, overreach by former Minister Twyford around the NPSUD. And a lot of the feedback at the time was, be careful about this, because the community is not going to be able to wear or necessarily accept and sustain that you can go and socialise all of the parking consequences of all of this development in the road corridor. And a number of us, I think, who came onto council later, we sort of tried to present those arguments, and I think that we were largely poo-pooed because, of course, it didn't fit with the mantra around the smart cities, urban growth. The arguments around reducing emissions by discouraging people to own cars and focus on public transport. And here we are. And here we are. And by golly gosh, not only is the number of houses that are going to be, the housing targets for Auckland are changing. You watch, the car parking minimums will be the next ones. And the reason for that is that this is not going to be politically saleable, because this is not going, you cannot have a lot of these developments, particularly in suburban neighbourhoods where these local roads are so heavily congested now that it's become a real problem for the functionality of the network, the inability of emergency services to get down some of these lanes and corridors, and the public are up in arms. So, Megan, my only encouragement to you would be, as soon as this information becomes available, that there is going to be some sort of review that's taking place. The debate around that needs to be brought back here, because I think I'm going to win the argument. And I think that we should be very clear in updating our advocacy to central government on this matter, because I think that there will be a desire to reinstate parking minimums in a lot of locations, and I think we should support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson-Hammond.
Kia ora. I'm very excited about this for a number of reasons, and I want to thank Councillor Fletcher for raising the usefulness of the Disability Advisory Panel in future, because, and I just want to back that up for a second, because mobility impairments and the kinds of impairments that mean that you get a mobility parking thing are not the only kinds of impairment, and the Disabilities Advisory Panel has an incredible breadth of different lived experience. So just want to tautoko what Councillor Fletcher was saying. I think this is really important regardless of anything that happens with minimum parking requirements, because, as has been said, a lot of places are going up with car parks anyway, and it will also make some good differences to some lower key subdivisions, that sort of four or more dwellings situation that we maybe aren't thinking so much of when we talk about things like that. So I'm really excited about this. I'm really happy we're doing it, and I'm particularly excited about table E27.6.4.3.3. Because I get excited by cool things. But there's a really personal reason for that, and I think, Councillors Bartley and Ferry might remember me coming to the panel on this a couple of years ago. The first time my now 6-year-old tried to bike to school, he was hit by a car coming out of a driveway that led to maybe 24 dwellings, and there was no requirement for speed management in that kind of driveway, and if you are driving on it, it feels like a road. I live in such a development myself that does have speed management, fortunately, but you feel like you're on a road, and so this car was coming out at much faster than it should have, and didn't see the small child. He was fine, but obviously a terrifying experience, and one that I know a lot of people are experiencing all the time, and it puts people off from walking or cycling anywhere. So table E27.6.4.3.3, chef's kiss. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. There are no more. Oh, Councillor Fletcher.
I just want to reiterate my request to Megan, and following on from Councillor Newman, and this is in no way disrespectful to Megan Tyler, because she wasn't the one on watch. That was Penny Pirrett during that period of time when we had half of the council and I think everybody supports the goals of transition to cleaner, more sustainable transport options and so forth. But as we know, it's the implementation and the transition that is difficult. And what was not understood by the then majority of councillors is that with the intensification we were seeing, that there would be transitional issues. And that has continued to be a source of unhappiness. We have had 2 occasions, I think, where we've actually tried to have that matter reconsidered. One, as I referred to before, was put, I think, by Sharon Stewart, and there was an attempt by Dick Quacks, the late Dick Quacks, to have that reviewed. But, you know, it's not to say that the ideals are not the right ones. It's just about how we manage the process. So it is of some disappointment to me that this hasn't featured prominently in discussions around RMA changes and so forth, because it is something interesting to hear the debate from everyone here today, and sort of, I think largely there would appear to be support for it. But you need to know that you have a mandate if you are going to advocate on our behalf. So it's my sincere hope that you will provide us the opportunity going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fletcher. Yeah, so just obviously we're making operative. I did find what I was thinking about before. In the Auckland city centre and surrounds, there has been no car parking minimum since 1996. I was 10, so you can't blame me. So, you know, and Waitakere City Council, before Auckland Council, had no parking minimums. Auckland City Council in areas like Newmarket and others had no parking minimums long before the unitary plan. It was obviously in 2022 the government changed that. We also did have in the metro centres, and the issue is largely because when you're talking in large buildings, it adds well over $100,000 per dwelling. So the issue has been around affordability and obviously design in some of those larger blocks. I think I spoke to the Haumaru housing builders in Northcote, 52 older persons housing. They decided themselves to put in 18 car parks, and funnily about 18 residents actually need cars. But if parking minimums existed, they would have had to put in 52 car parks, and they said they probably would have only built 30. So 22, you know, there are some cases, this is why parking minimums in areas like a town centre or a metro centre make sense. But I know, and as Councillor Bartley knows, and that's why we do have had a debate and have put it on the record and had supported late last term, we put that we would want this reviewed because we need all the information to help us make a position and ask the government to review, and now the government are also reviewing that. So if the government do change their approach, that will come back to us, and then we can discuss what that might look like and what change we've actually seen over the last 3 years, if it is due to parking minimums, if it's due to special housing areas that we didn't support anyway as a council being put on different parts of the city. So we need all that information. We have a position which is that we want it reviewed, and we want information on the effects of no parking minimums, but it has been used in a tool in this city. Actually, first was in green, 3 lamps in 1981, so quite some time that no parking minimums has been used in different ways. But I think as the conversation... Pardon? I know, I'm talking not about that. Right, all those in favour? Any opposed? Thank you very much. Right, we'll move on to the next part, which is 9.7, delegating authority for legal proceedings. I've had 2 councillors approach me to be interested to be on the delegated group, which was Councillor Filipaina and Councillor Short. I'm happy to move, and Councillor Ferry second. Just Alina and Celia, if you'd like to talk to this one.
That's great. I have a presentation if you'd like to load that up. Thanks. It's quite brief. purpose of this report is really to approve Auckland Council's starting position for legal proceedings, including delegations to an elected member subgroup for policy and plan making matters and to staff for technical matters. So basically, that is the wheelhouse of this committee, is policy and plan making. Just to differentiate and make it clear the distinction, all appeals on resource consent matters go through the Regulatory and Safety Committee, so they're not part of this resolution. So just to be really clear on that, appeals lodged against council decisions on resource consents, judicial review proceedings that would go up to the High Court, any Environment Court matters on resource consents, they're all under the responsibility of the Regulatory and Safety Committee. Just to, again, emphasise that this committee manages Environment Court appeals, High Court appeals and judicial review proceedings that relate to council decisions on policy and plan making matters under the RMA. Mediations, settlement discussions and hearings are likely to be required for all of the matters on this slide, and there may be a need for decisions to be made urgently to determine the council's position in advance of and during these processes. So just to be clear, the Environment Court has a practice note that requires that parties that attend mediation have authority to settle the matter on their client's behalf, or there is a risk that another party to an appeal may apply for that party to be struck out. So what this report's really aiming at is having some very clear decision-making pathways so that cases can be managed efficiently and effectively. And this is the last slide. Basically, the delegations outlined in the report will enable staff to handle technical matters, for a subcommittee to consider policy shifts, transparent decision making and efficient and effective decision making, saving time and money. So the resolutions provide for staff to handle technical matters and a subcommittee composed of the chair, the deputy chair of this committee, 2 other councillors and a member of Haukura, the authority to make urgent decisions on revisions to council policy positions for unitary plan matters. So this really enables transparent decision making. The subcommittee decisions are reported back to the entire committee through memo updates, and this is considered to be a very efficient and effective way of processing and getting advancing our legal proceedings. So just to give you an example of a policy shift, might be decisions that were made by this committee on Plan Change 78 as it progressed through the evidence stages, where we may have needed to ask for additional height in particular locations. Those matters were able to be dealt with quite efficiently by a subcommittee and reported back to the Committee of the Whole. That concludes my presentation. Thanks.
Cool, thank you. I just see that Councillor Burns has asked as well to be on. I just spoke to Megan, and we're happy to have Councillor Burns on there as well, but I will say that it has to be pretty, my experience, this is sort of like a 12-hour turnaround and stuff, so it doesn't happen that often, but when it does, it's kind of all hands on deck. So as long as everyone is fine to sort of understand and act quickly. But most of the time, if we can, we'll try and take this to the whole committee, but if it's a last minute. But I'm sure that'll be fine having Councillor Burns on there as well. Questions? Councillor Gillen.
Thank you. My question was going to be for some examples of the policy changes, the council's position on policy matters and matters that go beyond technical matters. You've given one example. Do you have other examples, please?
Yes.
In particular, ones that have actually already been done, say last term?
Yes, so basically the example that I've got in front of me is there was evidence being prepared on the city centre provisions that supported extra height in a particular location bounded by Wellesley Street East, Queen Street and Rutland Street. Staff supported some additional height in that location. It did not conflict with any Maunga view shafts or other important values, and that was a matter that was able to be taken through the subcommittee and enabled our evidence to be prepared and submitted in a timely manner.
Okay. I mean, I have concerns about this. So what would happen then if the subcommittee approved a change in policy that actually, when it came before the full committee balked at it and said, no, actually, we don't like that, but you've already taken that through to court. So what's the situation there? So the reason I ask that is because it says in the report that it only needs 3 people on the subcommittee to be in support of it, and so 3 out of 20 plus here is not a majority.
Maybe through the chair, I'm happy to answer with a little bit of context. So this very much is about urgent decisions. So when things go to the court will want all the parties to it to be able to have decision-making ability. Where we have time, like more than a month, it always comes back to this committee without question. If we're given a couple of days and it's in the middle of a cycle, then we can't bring it back to the committee. That is the situation that we're talking about here. So whether that's staff level or committee level, that's what we're talking about. So if, for example, the delegation is used for whether it's a technical matter or a political decision is made through the delegations, then that would be advised back to this committee, but this committee would not be asked for their views about whether or not they agreed with that position. It would be reported back to you as a committee, and the matter would continue through the court process. But as I said, we're not trying to be tricky or weird here. We just know over years of experience that there are some times where you're literally given days to have to make some kind of position. And so we just want to do that correctly and transparently. And this is what we're laying out for you here.
So a supplementary question then, because the chair mentioned 12 hours notice, you've mentioned several days notice. What is there a common, how long is the notice usually? Because in my mind, most of us are in the city centre at least 2-3 days a week. And so, if we need to be pulled out of another committee and make a decision quickly and go back in, then that can be arranged, I would have thought.
Well, again, it's just, we use subcommittees or smaller committees in lots of the work we do across council just for speed matters. So I guess all 21 of you could get involved, but the reality is you won't all, and you won't all want to. And so this is, again, it's a pure timing thing. There's no consistency around timing. Most of the time we get an opportunity, we get enough time to bring it to committee. So it's not a problem. But there are occasions where we are given just a few days, and that also means that once the council staff get it, we might give the subcommittee members 12 hours, to the chair's point, to bring them together, to give them advice, and then we need to prepare and go back to the court. So it could be 3 days for us, 12 for the delegated authority, but within that, we get time to go back to the court and provide our advice. So there's no inconsistency in those timings. I'm just saying it's quick.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks. Does this approach help us avoid unnecessary hearings and encourage earlier resolution where possible?
Through the chair, yeah, it does. So we want to avoid taking long legal proceedings at all. But once it gets to a court, clearly that's a legal proceeding, but this can mean that it can go to mediation, or we can have a quicker resolution, hopefully.
So you would say that this new approach actually delivers better value for money because it gives us that check and balance? No?
It's not a new approach in that we did this last term and the term before, so it's just standard, but it absolutely does, as compared with going through kind of a full process. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we are ready to go. Thank you both for the advice. Are there any speakers to the item? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. All those in favour? Aye. Are there anyone opposed?
Yeah, I'd like recorded against B and C, please.
Cool. Councillor Gillen opposed B and C. Thank you. Right, on to the next status update and actions and decisions. Don't think there's any. Happy to move. Councillor Bartley second. All those in favour? Forward work programme. Was there a question? Oh, sorry, Councillor Fletcher.
Sorry, I was just trying to bring up the next agenda item. My questions are in relation to PC 120 and the work that officers continue to do in light of the fact that the RMA Auckland legislation has now received royal assent. So I wondered whether you can provide some input into the principles. I mean, the last time we've actually considered some of this was at the workshop that we had, I'm trying to think, the middle of March or around the end of March, and there's been nothing subsequent to that. So I'm just interested in what you can provide in terms of status on that work.
Thank you. So I don't think we were trying to get a memo out to you and the local boards before this committee, but I think we failed that, but that will come shortly. Just to give you a summary of what the act was. I know you know that, but just to make sure everyone's across that. So look, we've got a workshop with you again next Wednesday, so in a week's time, which was obviously going to be a follow-on from the previous one. Things have changed a little in the meantime, so we would like to take that opportunity to still progress, but to provide you some advice or getting your feedback on where things sit now with the new kind of 1.4 number. But we still think there are things that we can progress, and we need your feedback on what that looks like. So we're looking to provide some scenarios and some things for you to feedback on, please.
I guess I've foreshadowed this to you earlier in March. The 1.4 was obviously a change, and that will require quite a lot of additional work. But I also note under the city deal, the issue for me is around optimising the investment that we've made, creating accommodation in and around those areas where we know employment to be. And it comes back for me to the Southern Line, because if you look at the Southern Line, you've got a metropolitan centre in terms of going south. You've got Drury, you've got Pukekohe, you've got those new stations, the investment with the electrification. And I think the fundamental thing, though, is we know a lot of those jobs are going to be out in that southern area going into the future, and yet currently, there is nothing around the work that we've done on intensification in those areas with those new stations going in. I went over the weekend and took some photographs of the new stations, and I mean, there's some fabulous housing that's been provided with Pairata Rise and so forth, but that's more in the old single dwelling quarter acre, well, it's not a quarter acre, but the equivalent in today's world. And I'm really interested to know that there's a consistency with what we've done within the city deal, because it seems slightly at odds when you look at the principle that was discussed around the 10K area. So I would welcome what you can provide for us by way of information, and I've got a whole range of other questions as well, but that is the primary one.
It's really helpful. If we can pick that up again on next Wednesday, and then take that through as well. So we'll deal with, or at least provide you some advice on Wednesday and see where that lands.
Do we know thus far, and I realise it's both central and local government, but what the quantum is in terms of investment that we've made in the Southern Line, or will have made?
I don't know. Let me see if I can get a sense of that. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I think it's more into the billions, actually. It would be very helpful to have that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, all those in favour? Was that on 9 or 8?
It was 8.
Ah, sweet, sorry. Forward Work Programme, moved by Councillor Winiata and seconded by Councillor Gillen. Councillor Foley. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No. Summary of information, I'll move. Seconder. Councillor Ferry. All those in favour? Cool. Right, so we'll go to closing karakia. I've done everything. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia. Kia ora tapinui, kia wātea, kia mama, tinako, te tinana me te wairua, e te ara takatu. Koia ra e rongo, whakairea ake ke ronga kia tina. Haumie huie tai ki e. Thank you very much, everyone. That was a very good meeting. We will see you tomorrow, I think. Yeah. Kia ora.
Thank you, Richard.